sense, so you go learn to pretend. Do not run away from me. Kind of sober than you. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I talk. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I am. Kind of sober than you. Samada, ta ta ta, kick I come back again to tell people say, now here we day. We don't come to stay. I say no retreat, no surrender. We're living big, but no array. Look at the soldiers killing innocent Biafrans every day. Look at the Islamists killing innocent Christians every day. It's depending on you, it's depending on you, it's depending on you. Chupoki Kogama, Patranya say you maka, Patranya say you maka. I know Ginaka, that is why I say, that is why I thought, that is why I know. That is why I say, that is why I thought, that is why I know. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mohammadike one, Biafra nine, Ayisigi Gabaniru, Onyakaya Tocha, well if enemy, Onyenaya Netuno Hine, Chuku Pamawaja, you are whiter than snow, Okuki Besio, we stand where you stand, we say no secret trial. Onyinye Chukwu Ezosika Osiki Mohammadike no secret trial. Prophet Yahweh's young Osiki Mohammadike Osiki Jisike Mazus Ejike Koli Osiki one day put a BJ, Sikwa, no well if an eme, a well if an affair, a well if an actor. Yes, one name, Victor, Chinedu, Okorochuku, Igbo Network Television, London, Osiki Chisike. Na hapo genazu Biafra nile Gedine nuwa Asiki gabaniru No secret trial No secret trial No secret trial No secret trial. Watch me far away See me far away Tell me what you saw I will show you what I have because I have myself. Oh, then think say na defense. Oh, make you watch my back. Now wait till you they see, yeah. Unless you have the sense, oh, you go learn to pretend. Oh, do not run away. Kind of sober than you. That is why I say. That is why I say. That is why I thought. That is why I say. Osiki Mohammadike, no secret trial. Prophet Yahweh's young. Osiki Mohammadike, Osiki Jisike, Mazus, Ejike, Koli, Osiki. One day put a BJ, Sikwa, no well if an eme, a well if an affair, nwere ife na-akọ ezi nwanne m Victor Chimezie Okorochukwu Igbo Network Television London Osiki Chisike na hapu gị n'azụ ụmụ Biafra niile nke dị n'ụwa asiki gaba n'iru no secret trial no secret trial no secret trial no secret trial watch me far away see me far away tell me what you saw I will show you what I have because I have myself and think say na defense make you watch my back now wait till you they see yeah unless you have the sense you go learn to pretend do not run away that is why I say that is why I say that is why I thought that is why I say that is why I say Nile get in the Nova Asiki Gabaniru no secret trial no secret trial no secret trial no secret trial watch me far away see me far away tell me what you saw I will show you what I have because I have myself and think say na defense make you watch my back now wait till you they see yeah unless you have the sense you go learn to pretend do not run away that is why I say that is why I say that is why I thought that is why I say that is why I say that is why I know that is why I say Asiki Gabaniru no secret trial no secret trial no secret trial no secret trial watch me far away see me far away tell me what you saw I will show you what I have because I have myself and think say na defense make you watch my back now wait till you they see yeah unless you have the sense you go learn to pretend do not run away that is why I say that is why I say that is why I thought that is why I say that is why I say that is why I know that is why I say that is why I say that is why I thought that is why I say that is why I say that is why
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from our local province of Biafra Land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 22nd day of November 2025. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers to this sacred platform where we preach not only the gospel of physical liberation, but also the gospel of mental emancipation, that you shall know the truth and the truth shall set you free. Therefore, invite your friends and well-wishers to gather to their different listening devices, because the hour has come for us to have a discussion on this our gathering point, because this is where we worship. Remember, Radio Biafra is where we worship. Radio Biafra is our gathering point. Therefore, you cannot afford to miss this gospel, because this is where we preach what you can never hear on the mainstream media. And that is why this radio is a revolutionary radio station, where we urge you to make your researches, investigations, as you might call them, on what we say here, because what we put out here is facts and figures. And the only thing that can liberate us is knowing the truth. Therefore, once you listen to Radio Biafra, please take your time, go and make your researches. Remember, our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu taught us how to make researches. Make your researches about what you hear here on this platform, and try to find out and confirm the truth. That is the thing. That is when you shall know the truth, because you've researched about it. It's just like being in a classroom and the teacher comes and give you a topic, or give the class a topic, talk about issues concerning the topic. It is for you now as scholars, in order to go back and make your researches about it, because while making researches, you can even find out things that are more deeper than what even your teachers, your lecturers told you about. And that is it, because you are looking for the truth. That is why this restoration of the sovereign state of Biafra is based on common sense. The restoration of Biafra, as we are preaching it, is based on common sense, subjecting everything to the altar of reason. That is the best restoration, because once the population starts reasoning, I am telling you, much of the work is done. Let me tell you something. Many African political class or politicians, mostly in Nigeria, they never, it is not to their interest for the population to ask questions, mostly in the north. That is why they blocked Britain from even trying to intrude with their version of civilization and education, because it entails asking questions, it entails reasoning, it entails subjecting whatever to the author of reason. The Northerners, the Northern oligarchy, the Fulani oligarchy, does not want this for their population. That is why they blocked this type of education. And they chose to continue pushing the population into superstition. They continue pushing their own population into Almajiri, in order, that is, into religious or religiosity, so that they continue being controllable, let me put it like that, so that they don't ask questions. so that they continue believing that, oh, their help comes from Allah, so that they overlook the necessary things that they should do and that should be done for them as citizens. And that is why you are seeing today, because they want a caliphate that is completely based on religion. That is what the reason why Sokoto Caliphate was established in 1808-1809 by Ottoman Danfodio, and that is why you are seeing what is happening today, the terrorism, Fulani terrorism that is going on in Nigeria, mostly in the north central, and even part of the south by the same people, because they don't subject things to the author of reason. They believe that, look, using their brain is a sin against Allah. As a human being, you have to be subservient. It is Allah that creates you. It is Allah that directs you. Anyhow you are, whether as you are poor, it is Allah that put you there. That is the reason why you are seeing what is happening. The jihadism of the 19th century continues, started by Ottoman Danfodio when he formed the Sokoto Caliphate. The former Hausa land called Gobir or Gobiri, that is what is going on today. So Nigeria is unsustainable. That is the reality. Nigeria is unsustainable with divergent values that are on everlasting friction, clash of civilization. That is what is going on there. Some part of the people are progressive, while the other part don't want anything to do with modernism. They want to continue in their Stone Age system, where their way of life is about bringing out children to beg on the streets. They don't understand what is development of human resources. That is the problem. So that the politician, the political class, they will continue ruling. That is the ruling class. That is what is why they are called the Fulani oligarchy. They have the feudal system where there are the ruling class that are born, that are certified by Allah, that their children are born with golden spoons, diamond spoons, that are above the law, whereas the peasants, the population, the governed, the ruled, not the governed, the ruled, are peasants, are squatters, just like squatters, that should be fed day to day while working, going according to the command of the rulers. And this is what they want to nationalize in the whole of Nigeria, trying to turn a people that are naturally Republicans, that is Biafrans, into their feudal mentality and feudal system. And that is why Nigeria cannot move on. Therefore, without taking any much time, because we are also going to continue on our discussions on concerning the Sokoto Caliphate manipulations, that is the Christian genocide going on in Nigeria, and why the persecuted Christians never organize themselves for self-defense despite these gruesome genocides. That is a question. That is a question we should ask and talk about today. But we must first of all also discuss about the issue of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and the charade that they called court decision and conviction. These are the things we have to discuss about today, and I am here with my comrade. Please, Mazi, if you are hearing me, please come up and introduce yourself. Mazi, make your introductory remark before we continue. Mazi, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, Mazi Jonathan.
There were Mazi gone.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my brothers and sisters all over the contraption called Nigeria, whether you are in the middle belt or you are in the old eastern region of Nigeria, which is the Biafran region. I salute you. I greet you specially and thank you for always joining us, and thank you for inviting others to join us. As usual, we bring the gospel of liberation from Radio Biafra. We speak to those who are weak-minded, those who are asleep, and we encourage them to be awake, and we encourage them to be strong, and we encourage them to defend themselves. It's a noble cause. That is why we do it day and night without ever being tired. We are not paid. We are only encouraged by the fact that our duty is life-saving, that our duty is divine, that our duty is mandatory, because if we don't do it, the heavens will demand from us what we have used our days and years in this life or in this mortality to do. So like Mazi Jonathan said, we are going to be looking into all that is happening, including the charade by the Nigerian court, by the Yoruba-led judicial system and governance of Nigeria, by the card they are playing. Maybe they think that by moving our leader to Sokoto, we will stop talking about Sokoto oligarchy, but Sokoto's, crime and manipulation. We will not, because we don't fear to speak the truth wherever we are. We're also going to be talking about our Christian brothers in the middle belts, especially when we talk about middle belt, it goes beyond what some of you think today. It cuts across far in part of the north as we now know it. We speak to all the indigenous people all over Nigeria and our Christian brothers in the middle belt, and also remind them of who they are and who they can become and why they need to become who their forefathers were and what they need to do to be able to avert this cleansing, that is this tribal and ethnic cleansing that is happening to them, this genocide that is happening to them and happening to all other people of faith in Nigeria today. And clearly we can see that it's been orchestrated by the caliphate, and the government of the day have no power, have no ability to stop it, because they are an accomplice and they are surrounded by those who have interest in ensuring that the entire indigenous people are wiped out. The question is, are we going to stand by and watch these people wipe us out from our ancestral land? Our people have a saying that it is only the tree that hears of his, of a plan to cut it down, and it still stands. A human will hear that and run. Even animal, if he has a chance to notice that he is in danger, that animal is going to make sure it runs as far as its legs and strength can carry it. As humans in our own land, in the lands of our forefathers, we cannot afford to run. We rather stand, defend ourselves, defend our honor, and defend our land. So thank you very much for sticking around and being with us till the end of this program and taking note of the things that must be done, because that is the most important part. Not just listening, not just enjoying it. You must be ready and willing and we will give you the ability to take action.
There were Mazi. We must continue. Once again, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends. Today is the 22nd day of November 2025. Tata Bo Obochi Orie, being Saturday. Therefore, we must continue. Why I like repeating the date of the day is to confirm to listeners that we are live and direct, because when you are hearing the date, you now compare it with the day, whether it tallies with the day. That if when you understand whether it is live or not. Therefore, we must continue. And as of yesterday's broadcast, I was, by Mazi Chinasa, I received some information that I don't know, some of our station in Biafra Land FM, we are not speaking in that time. I don't know. So people can confirm, and there will be continuous replay of that yesterday's broadcast, I promise. And also some people that we are watching on or listening from Biafra television as of yesterday. I think there was a time that it was mute. Please, it's not from here. It was from the streaming of Biafra television. These things, not every fourth that you receive is from the studio, please. This is our studio, this is our radio. Communication it goes through rigorous processes in order to bypass things. So that is it. So we must continue. You can download IPOB Community Radio to listen directly. Also, you can also download Simple Radio and or Radio Garden. Once you download I don't know, some people why calling me. I don't really understand. So, in order to listen, once you download these applications, Simple Radio and or Radio Garden, you search for Radio Biafra London and you'll get us. Also, you can log into our mother page, www.ipob.org, and you'll be listening. Once you download, you now click on live broadcast. Moreover, by the side, you can see where it is reading donate to ESN, support IPOB, donate to ESN through PayPal. You can do it from wherever. If you see that you cannot pass through PayPal, you cannot donate, please make contacts, because what we are doing needs money. I am telling you. You see, there are many people, that are giving public advices or giving, their view on what happened the day before yesterday, the conviction, the so-called conviction, because it's a farce of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu through the whole bogus charges. I see some reports we got directly say, oh, many people in Biafra land, in Biafra region, everywhere was calm, and people started talking, go do this, do that, do this. Why not do this? Why not do? Everybody is giving suggestion. Normal as Biafrans, because that is what we know how to do. Giving your view, giving your suggestions. Why not they do this? Oh, IPOB should do this. And you ask the person, the people that are talking, most of them, okay, are you part of what IPOB is doing, directly or indirectly? he will start stuttering. No, you know, I suppose I'm a Biafran. Yes, you're a Biafran. Nobody is taking it away from you. But do this, do that, carry it over, do that. Oh, why not you? Who is there? Let them do it like this. Who is there? Why are you removing yourself? This is a disease that must be cured in our brains. When it comes to suggestion, every millions of Biafrans have suggestions. But you check out of that millions, only very few are really genuinely contributing in order to practically get what we want. Others are just there, no, do this. And you say, are you involved? Are you supporting what we are doing? Are you supporting the effort so that all those your suggestions could be carried out? No, but it's there, you know, he's praying for us. I'm praying for you people. That is my job. A prayer warrior. If that is how things are solved, there will be no problem. Or even for Nigeria, because Nigeria is the second most prayerful country in the whole world. What is happening? So you see that our people love something very easy. It's shortcuts. Something that comes from nowhere, no manner fall from heaven, and you know, you say yes. Why can't you support what we are doing in your finance? Why? Why can't you dip so that all these things when you are suggesting, you say you'll be proud to say yes, I'm a contributor. I'm a financial, even secretly I contribute. There is no problem about it. So I'm proud I'm part of it. That is how things work. Not everybody, oh, you don't want this thing to happen. You want it to happen like this. Who do you want it to? Who do you think that can do it? Or that will do it? Or that should do it without you putting your hands, without you lending your helping hand, being part of the thing in one way or the other, directly and indirectly, covertly or overtly. Our people should think. Because sometimes I need you know, I've said this several times. The home markets in our land, if our people are serious generally, these are not things that should be even said on air. They'll be doing it. They should be doing it. They should be contributing secretly. If every shop in Alaba is contributing 100 naira every month, 100 naira, 100 naira, if you give it a beggar in Nigeria, he will not even tell you thank you. If you are going and you see a beggar and you give him 100 naira, he will look at you and even frown face, you know, because there's absolutely nothing you can do with it. But if every shop is, you know, contributing 100 naira in our markets secretly, organized, struggle. At the end of the this and that, in order to not to leak to saboteurs inside. This and that. 100 naira a month. What does it take? Before you know, every month you get millions of naira. I am telling you. And Eshina all the leadership of this struggle say, every month I can like this. That is how things work. You know? But will our people do it? So that you know, very funny people, I'm telling you. But all of us want a good thing. All of us want it to be like this. Do it like this. Why? Oh, when you do court case. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the leader of IPOB. Isn't he? He is a leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. And that is why he is there. Primarily. Are you getting it? Now, you are supporting him, but you are not organized. You don't support the organization in one way or the other, which means you are noisemakers on social media. Noisemakers. That is why, you see, during the time of the presidential campaign prior to 2023 presidential election, everywhere now, from now, obedient. I think them all those criminals that know what's up in Nigeria. So they come up, even Tinubu say, forget about it. These are noise. That the obedience, they don't have a structure. People don't understand what it means to have a structure. You cannot fight for freedom. You cannot fight this fight without being organized under one umbrella. It is impossible. Oh, you come up in social media, you talk, you give out your mind, and a lakburu, you enter inside. How do you implement all those? How? Which structure? How? You know, before we dive into what we are talking about, the Sokoto Caliphate manipulations, Christian genocides, and the follow-up question. What happened on the 28th, the conviction of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? It is something that has been, scribbled. It is something that has been written. You saw it even when Omotoshe was reading the thing. It's not fluent in reading. Some words we pronounce it 3 times in order to get it, because it is something that was written prior to that for a long time. These are things you observe. So, but the issue is this. The people that we are surrounding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, how are we go over time? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu siblings, they have done their worst, because that is why they are there. Let me tell you something. As Mazi Chinasanwodo said yesterday, any person that is against, say, no, don't blame. You are not doing us any good, because we must, say it as it is. We must continue touching the origin of this mess. They messed up the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You don't change a winning team. Never. You don't change a winning team. Greed. I put it on my timeline here. I think yesterday or day before you, the same day before you. I don't know. Egocentrism, greed, selfishness has contributed immensely to the mess, to the conviction of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And it is factual. It is not something made up. People will not understand the fight of the DOS over since 2021 in order to save our leader. Anything, anywhere, the DOS put leg. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sibling with Ejimako, they will go there to sabotage everything, so that it will not be that, it is the DOS, through the DOS that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came out. Instead, let him be convicted, let him die there. Oh, that is what people, when I listen to some people talking, I laugh. I say, anyway, what you don't know is more than you. What you don't know is more than you. You see this, the leadership of this struggle. You should applaud them. There are people, it will be, everybody will disappear with annoyance and say, nah, here or no, I beg. Waiting, I don't even worry myself. They will disappear with the, calumnious, a campaign of calumny against them, lies against them, and they kept on bearing it, keeping quiet, as if no one name on her. The worst part of it, none of them are being paid for your information. That is the worst part of it. If it is, for example, somebody like Uchemofo when he was with us, somebody like Nayanya, at least you say, okay, IPOB is paying you people, so you deserve it. We are paying you. But these gentlemen, Mom, do you know what it means to take, to work, take care of your bills, take care of your responsibilities as a person, and also have time to endure different types of insults from people that are not even able, that shouldn't even in real life. They cannot even be near you, but you go down. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. You go down and say, for the sake of Biafra, we must continue. Don't you see that they need accolade? Don't you see that? The siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, anything that happens, any route taken by the leadership in order to secure their brother, our leader, they will go there, bastardize it, enter there in order to make money. Now, who said that we should not talk? Over time, they have protest. Is no more there. He was absent as the lawyer. Now they are no more representing him. They turn from attorneys, they turn to his consultants. They are giving him deadly advices. Go and read Barrister Joffo's write-up. Barrister Joffo. Go and read. A few days before, I think on the 18th, I spoke with him privately, Barrister Joffo. He was almost crying. I'm telling you, he shook head. He said, Mazi, these people have destroyed, have messed up everything we work for out of greed. These people they have destroyed everything. I said before the 28th. And anyway, that is it. Go and read his write-up. That is it. And somebody will come and say, no, don't talk about it. Let's move on. Where are you moving on? Into abyss with those dangerous elements, internal enemies, and we are not going to talk about them. Yala, that is it. Yala. Before even you will say, let us move on, you must vet out, you must try to find out and talk about the cause, the failure that is there. Before you can say, okay, let us, what is the solution now? You also hear many of our people, that is how they imagine that it is vice versa. Imagine what would have happened. They'll be calling for the head of the DOS. Publicly. Publicly. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten where the in-law of Onyendu, said that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is better off in DSS dungeon than coming out being in Mazi Chike Edoziem's DOS. Have you forgotten? You know our people, we document all those things. Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten how they accuse the DOS of everything in order to libel them? We're now business now. Their brother Butere one heavy business. And today you have seen it. You have seen the result of greed. You have seen the result of greed. And if we get out of greed, we kill greed, or greed will kill us as a people. You see greed, we kill greed and selfishness, or it will kill us as a people. I am telling you, it is very, very bad. But as Mazi Chinasan said, we must continue. You see what I said. Let me tell people that because I have some calls, people calling Mazi, no, do not be tired. Do not be frustrated. It shows that if you are frustrated, which means it shows that you are not even supposed to be here. Are you getting it? You see this, you see this judgment, this conviction, bogus conviction, which was facilitated by those around Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It is something that we facilitate, even we catapult this struggle, because the whole world is watching. Are you getting it? That is why I said, you see, we should understand what institution means, because building institution is far, far, far more important and better than building an individual or building everything around an individual. That is one thing we Igbos, we Biafrans have not mastered. We know how to build businesses around one person, around me. Everything depends on me. And we thought that building a nation, or what we are doing, this fighting for liberation, is the same like building your private business. No, sir, no, ma. These are two different things. We need to build institution. That is what we are teaching ourselves, to learn how to build and respect institutions. Because once institutions are built, it will no longer fail. No fail. Once one person is out, the institution will bring another person to cover that position, enter that position, and the institution continues rolling. That is how things are. But our people are sentimental, highly sentimental. That is why they put their eggs in one basket, under one bed, so that immediately something happens to that person, everything collapses, everybody will go down. No. IPOB has come to change that narrative. And the struggle will continue more and more and more. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is there. It is the struggle for the liberation of Biafra that will liberate him. I continue saying this. It is not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu family. All of a sudden they form the Kanus. These are because of selfishness, greed for money. This money and ebudi alanili. It is better to build a legacy that will immortalize your personality than money. Have you seen somebody that died and he's being remembered as, oh, he know how to make money. He's the maker of money. He know how to pursue money. He know how to wake up in the morning before you know we go Katangura market and make money. No, it is the legacy that you left. All those little things that you don't even think they mean anything. That is why when somebody is late and he is being eulogized, you see people talking about his character, the character the person portrays. Oh, the man, once he is with you, you become happy because he makes you happy. He's very funny man. You know, these are things, even when the person is alive, people don't even value it. But that is the legacy the person left. They don't see you, oh, you have millions in your pocket, in your bank account. People don't, because that millions becomes for another person. Are you getting it? You see, you know, they will describe a dead person. Oh, nah, oh, this man, every time you see him, he's always smiling. He's always laughing. Nothing even vexes him. You talk, though, he calm you down with smile. You know, these are little legacies. What about if you raise it more high? I mean, the legacies, and be more dignified, and choose legacy instead of choosing greed or money? These lawyers, these people, impostors that we call lawyers, what matters to them is sometimes you see them, they will be dragging on who to come out first on camera. You see them very funny. in order to they drag who to come out on first, who to be seen, dragging camera. And now allow me to speak, please. You know, and they continued missing the point. Do you think that these people are really honorable? And even Omotoshe begged Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He said, go and look for criminal lawyers to defend you. You know, we take into cognition of little things, the details. He told Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in court when he said, I will defend myself. He said, please check very well. Go and look for criminal lawyers. He called, Motoshe called this guy, Ejimako. He called him a content creator. He knows why? Because what they are doing, they don't even merit anything. The worst thing these people did, the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is to compromise and collaborate and pursue Ozekome, who is highly respected in the law firm in Nigeria. Are you getting what I'm saying? And Ejiofor. That is the worst fatal mistake they made. Can people talk about it? No. Sentiment. So, before we continue, Mazi, please. Can you go? And before I bring you in, Mazi, please, just hold on a bit. Now, when you look at the so-called conviction of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, let me read this news, please. News headline. It is today. Today's news headline. It says, prosecuting terrorism financiers is beyond the list of names. Minister. This is Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris. He said the prosecution or prosecuting terrorism financiers is not as simple as having a list and then heading to court. Okay, now let me read a bit. Mazi, please, just listen. Idris spoke on Channels TV's Politics Today on Friday. He added that the federal government had not prosecuted individuals suspected of financing terrorism because the process requires extensive, dedicated, and unrushed investigations. Look at the excuses they are giving you. For people, list of names which has been there. Commodore Kunle Olawumi, who was a military spook, said he questioned, interrogated some of these people that are today in Aso Rock. Some of them are governors and former governors, senators, high-ranking politicians. But nothing happened. They closed them. So they are telling you that, look, it's not easy to prosecute terrorist financiers, those that are causing genocide in Nigeria, financing genocide in Nigeria, Christian genocides, and the killing of indigenous population. Now, Idris, the Nigerian Minister of Information, comes to defend, saying, no, it's not easy to prosecute them. But it is easy to prosecute Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that has never carried a gun, has never killed somebody. When you look at the charges they gave to Onyendo, bogus charges that he was broadcasting, inciting, that his broadcast was inciting. Okay, there's no proof. Many of them are things that has been squashed, even by the Nigerian court, but they still put it there. It is easy to rendition to spend millions of naira, millions of dollars, to finance, to convince international community, powerful countries, to hire Mossad, to hire CIA, pay them huge sums of money to go to Kenya and rendition kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But it is not easy to prosecute the known financiers of these deadly Fulani terrorists that are on the rampage today. This is a country that you want us to continue living in. Is that what they are saying this on public, on Nigerian mainstream media, and there is no outcry. You know, this is an insult. Oh, it's not easy to. Let me continue reading. He said that is the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris. He said, it is not a question of having the list or not having the list. It is not as simple as that. Investigations have to be conducted. In some cases, there are merits in what they said. Even, do you know, even foreign countries provided the list to the Nigerian security service or services, but they did nothing, because all of them, they are the same people flowing to the same agenda. But it is more easier for them to kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a Biafran, as an Igbo man, in order to prosecute him in a shroud way and sentence him to life. It is more easier to kill an Igbo man. And those Igbo people that are complicit, Igbo politicians that are complicit in doing this, history will remember them in a bad way. Like Okpa Biaseka. Okpa Biaseka was complicit in committing genocide against Biafrans during the Biafran War, because he was serving as the East Central East Central governor to Gowan, living in Lagos, defending the genocides committed against his people publicly, being sent to different countries to defend the evil being committed against his people. This is what our people should learn, that look, we must defend our own. We must defend our own against foreigners. That is one civilization that we never had. It's what IPOB is teaching our people. Are you getting what I'm saying? They will tell you, Nigeria, the caliphate knows how to twist Igbo politicians. Go and bring your own, kill all of them, destroy them, and they will foolishly do that. Very foolishly do that. And they remain slaves to the caliphate. You know, here we talk about, even Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been talking about Sokoto Caliphate, which must be dismantled. It doesn't matter. Do you know that is the reason why the Sokoto Caliphate, the head of that serpent, made it clear to Tinubu that he must bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to Sokoto. That place, this has a very profound significance to them. Are you getting what I'm saying? Igbo politicians that are complicit in selling, delivering Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, shame on all of them. I say, shame to all of them. Can you learn something from the Fulani? Look at how they are defending their terrorists. You call them terrorists, but they say, no, these are their warriors. Segumi said, these are their warriors. They publicly come out with arms, wearing Nigerian military uniform. Are you getting it? In the public space, showcasing assorted forms of arms and ammunitions, attending marriages. You know, these are terrorists that are killing people, that have been committing genocides, but you see them being protected by their people. Showcasing. It tells you that you don't know anything. Let me play this. This is from Showore. Listen to what he said, please. Listen to what Showore said. Listen to it. You know, I'm not his fan, but listen to the revelation he made. Listen.
They haven't been able to capture one terrorist or capture any bandit leaders. They hold meetings with them. One bandit in Katsina killed an assistant commissioner of police and put on his uniform to come for dialogue in Katsina.
Are you hearing this? One Fulani terrorist they call bandits. He killed our ASP, or Assistant Commissioner of Police, or ACP. And during their so-called peace meeting dialogue, he wore the uniform of the slain man, Nigerian police, high-ranking official. He wore the police uniform and came for the so-called dialogue. And he was being praised. Don't you see that Igbo politicians should be ashamed of themselves? When they see all these things, how do they feel? I don't really understand. How do they feel? They will tell you, go bring your own, kill all of them, sabotage them. You know, they know how to sabotage their own people. Infiltrate them, you know, from parallel IPOB, parallel ESN. You know, bring out money, pay criminals to be committing crimes, killing people in Osun, in parts of Imo State and Anambra, and let them be claiming that they are ESN. This is what Igbo politicians know how to do, to destroy their own self-destruction. This is a character that we Igbos need to shed. I get shed there. I am telling you. It is not only in politics. It is a character, self-destructive character. Do you know why it is so? A people that are sentenced to go and survive on your own. Even in markets, trading, you will see an Igbo man with a shop and another because the place is in a good site. A fellow Igbo man will go back to the landlord and tell him, pursue this one, pursue this my brother. If he's paying maybe 5 million naira a month, a year, he tell him, I will double it. I'll be paying 10 million. Go and pursue him, serve him pepper. This is the same thing. The same thing. You know? This mentality. So when we talk about politicians, it's not only politicians, it's in the mentality of many of us. And for me, my own view is that the main cause of this is because of we being sentenced into go and survive on your own. So dog can eat dog. You can eat your brother, you can blow your brother and hit him. It's allowed in individual selfish survival. It is allowed. Are you getting what I'm saying? Listen to it again, please.
Or capture any bandit leaders. They hold meetings with them. One bandit in Katsina killed an assistant commissioner of police and put on his uniform to come for dialogue in Katsina. He did not even discard the uniform. After killing him, took his gun, he wore that uniform with the epaulets in place, with the rank in place, and came to Katsina for an open meeting in the uniform of an assistant commissioner of police that he murdered. And you say you have government in Nigeria.
Do you see that? No. Sometimes, you know, you say, now, why don't they call show? Because somebody like that, before saying something like this, he knows that he's under scrutiny. He has proof of that, and that is true. Even the photo is there. The photo is there. And these are non-terrorists, but they don't care. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is cheap because Igbo politicians made it to be very easy and cheap. Did you remember the clip I played by the former president, good luck Jonathan, during the Niger Delta agitation? They sent him as a vice president. Oh, yeah, go and query your people. He immediately went there and compromised everything. Nah, we don't enter power. Yeah. Let us stop. Or give you contract. They know how to Biafra. They know how to destroy their own people. But look at Boko Haram. Look at, instead of Boko Haram to stop, instead he's bearing children. He swap. Fulani terrorists or Mietiala. Fulani headsmen. Bandits. Mahamuda. Lakurawa. Wolu. All different. They are turning out the different, developing into different, multifaceted Fulani terrorists, all heading towards the same direction. So they can. Why can't the northern politicians destroy their own? You see the question? But you are very good in destroying your own. Notwithstanding that, even we are doing something that is legitimate. Self-determination is legitimate under even the Nigerian law. He signed it. He signed the charter, which means it's localized in the Nigerian constitution. Self-determination. Are you getting it? That is why they cannot convict Mazi Nnamdi Kanu through with self-determination. They have to bring up an infiltrator, an agent in Finland in the name of Simon Ekberima, so that they can use him. He can be giving others and doing things publicly. They will now use it in order to convict Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Do you see that? Do you see how they do? Do you see? You know, Mazi Chinasa warned Biafrans that the battle is now starting. Don't think that Nigeria government is sleeping. Are you getting it? They are not. They know what they are doing. You see Ekberima. You see how they promoted him the other time. You see how governments work in this issue. Let me tell you something. Let me give you an example of Syria. You see Syria. The people that started, protests, peaceful protests in 2011 against Assad's dictatorship were genuine. They called themselves, after, when the then government of Assad started shooting at them, killing them, they now formed what they call Free Syrian Army. They were genuine. It's not about they were not religious. You have Christians inside there, you have Yazidis, you have Zoroastrians, you have Muslims. It's not about religion. The whole world knew that what these people are doing is genuine. And if they take over Syria, they will develop Syria according to their ideology, secular ideology without problem, and it will give Syria even good, Now, what happened? The West said no. They rose up this jihadist movement that now infiltrated the movement, the genuine Free Syria movement, and hijacked the movement. Started shouting Allah Akbar. ISIS hijacked the movement and started fighting, recruiting people under ISIS, Islamic State. And after everything, the genuine Free Syrian Army were relegated to the background. And today, America laundered their image of the jihadists and gave them power. Because these are the people that could be manipulated. Because they know that they are not genuine. So they can manipulate them as they want. That is how things. IPOB is sophisticated in thinking, not like you that think straightforward. No. So they use experiment to raise criminals, turn the people into attacking our own people. In other one, and you supported them in the name of water. Now the DOS is not doing nothing, so we support. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say, any way somebody will give us Biafra, let us support him. And you supported him, and water. They started killing our people. In the history of sit at home, which was started by IPOB, is a civil protest. IPOB has never killed our people because of it, has never even enforced it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will only come and talk, or the member of DOS will talk, give, and our people will obey. No enforcement, because they know that it is something right. But they brought up an infiltrator, their agent, who started killing our people for sit at home. No, destroying things, so that Nigerian government will now use it, because they bring you up to use you to counter the genuineness, to hijack what we are doing. Remember, I've preached it. I've talked about this cultist organization you call Aye, Black Axe. It was started genuinely, New Black Movement of Africa, that was founded 1977 in the University of Benin. And the motive, we are very genuine, to enlighten Africans, to be proud of who we are, for new black race, for Pan-Africanism. But the Western intelligence came, infiltrated it, and hijacked it, and destroyed it to what it is today. That is exactly what they wanted to do, IPOB. To use experiment, come and hijack our genuine IPOB legitimate struggle, peaceful struggle, that is legitimate all over the world. And they now turn it. But the DOS is very wise. We started shouting. The DOS, the IPOB, we started shouting. This is not also, and the proof is there. Releasing press statements, protesting, even in Lighty in Finland, that this is not us. This boy has nothing to do with IPOB. He's an agent. And that is why he is in jail. And IPOB is functioning, having good relationship with Finnish government. You see that? It's a developed country. You see that? But for you, with your sentiments that time, oh, water is a code. Water is a code. If Mazi Chinedu was coming that time, calling names of criminals, some people would be, no, just why, if you don't support them, just keep quiet, leave them to say no. They are using IPOB's name in order to drag us to the mud. Had it been IPOB didn't take the position they took that time, there would be no IPOB today. Because as they jailed him in Finland, the whole European Union will do the same and start and dismantle IPOB everywhere in the whole wider world. And today there will be nothing like IPOB. You see that? That is leadership. We are in a modern world where we are, the IPOB you are seeing today is not IPOB that goes on sentiment. We have matured in order to reason. That is it. So, this man that I was reading, let me continue reading what he said before I bring in Mazi. He said that is the Minister of Information. The caption said the prosecuting terrorism financiers is beyond list of names. Minister Mohammed Idris. He is the Information Minister and the National Orientation. And this is what he's saying. Unfortunately, when you are fighting these kinds of battles, it is not something that you just sort out within a day or two. So, a day or two is what Boko Haram has been. Boko Haram has been there since 2009, if I'm not mistaken, or even 2000. How many years? More than 20 years today. And he's calling it a day or two. That is why all the time we are calling on our partners within and outside this country to understand the complexity and the diversity of the situation we have here. This is how they roll. Takia, diplomacy, lies. They deviate from answering, addressing the issue. They continue rolling around. That's why I am very happy. I was happy when I watched the Nigerian foreign secretary, foreign minister, Tuga, disgraced himself in Carson show. He disgraced himself. When he asked him, how many, when the interviewer, Carson, when he read out the number of Christian victims in the hands of Fulani terrorists, the Nigerian foreign secretary disputed it. He said, no, it's totally lie. He said, okay. As you said, give your figure. He was stuttering. No, it is some people, we don't count the Christians and Muslims if they die. We don't address people. When he blah, 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 the interviewer, that's why I like them. You know, he brought him back. He said, no, you never answer my question. No. I say, give me your figure. You are the foreign secretary of Nigeria. You're supposed to have figures. Give me your... He brought him back because he understands their games. This is journalism. He will talk like as this man is talking. This is why all the time we are calling our partners within and outside this country to understand the complexity and diversity of the situation we have. What is the complexity? Whereas you are giving names for you a country, you have secret police, you have systems for prosecution. Even to the extent most of these people have been interrogated and they were left. They were left. And today, many are in Asorok, many are governors and past governors, many are still serving senators and different calibers of Pantami was there as the Minister of Digital Information of Nigerians. So the Fulani terrorists have the information, digital information, NIN of everybody, every Nigerian. He says it's difficult, so it's complex. He's talking rubbish, which is not something that he should talk. That's why all the times we are calling on our partners within and outside the country to understand the complexity and diversity of the situation we have here, because it comes to you. It is your agenda. That is why they are. But when it comes to Biafra, it is very easy. You know, no matter how complex it is, in order to go to a foreign country to rendition somebody, you did it. There is not complex. He added that President Bola Tinubu's administration was working assiduously to end insecurity. Also, he stressed that significant progress has been made since he bypassed something he should address. Why are you not prosecuting the terrorist financiers that you have the list? This is why he's talking all this garbage. That is what the Minister of Information, Nigerian Minister of Foreign Affairs was trying to do the same tactics, but the sharp journalists and the Iranian Canadian lady brushed him and disgraced him. That's why he is no more in the list. Toga. He was disgraced. He called him a liar. You are a liar. Your government is complicit in this. That is why. The woman told him direct. He said, look at, when you see somebody talking, he cannot make eye contact. You know he's lying. And this is what this man is doing. You see him. You know he's completely lying. He disgraced the foreign minister of Nigeria of 230 something million people on a public television, public media, international media. Because you know they thought that it's in Nigeria where you can intimidate. Had it been it's a Nigerian lady, a journalist talking, he will call him, you are honorable, sir. I'm not arguing what you said anyway because that is the way it is. He will now try to, modify words and words and words and praise him that he is doing a nice job. That after all, Nigeria is doing the president. He will not be able to ask him the right question. That is Nigeria. Because if he tries it, she will disappear. But these are enlighten the people. And that is why, you see the way that lady was talking to him. It's not because Tuga is a foreigner. That is the way they talk, journalists talk to their politicians. I am telling you. On interview, when it comes to national issue, they are bright and bold and confront politicians. If she lies, he will say, you're a liar. That is how they behave. Okay? The man continues saying, over 17,000 of them, that is of the terrorists, has been apprehended. Oh yeah. Okay, audio. Even as we speak, some of them are having their day in court. And some have been sentenced. And I think we should recognize these efforts. Which efforts? They are talking about terrorist financiers, and he's talking about repentant Boko Haram. Don't you see how they divert, how they deceive Nigerians with false information, and the Nigerian media will carry it without even prodding them. That is it. So, Mazi, before I continue, please, Mazi Obasi, please, over to you, please come before we continue. Come in, please.
Thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan. It's always a delight, to be tutored in these things going around, especially when people are some genuinely confused. It is important that we remind ourselves of who we are and the reality we are facing. History is a very, very interesting thing. And like many have always said, it has a way of repeating itself. When you observe certain things, you can be able to understand what is happening. If you look at certain people do certain things, you can be able to understand what game are they trying to play. As you rightly said, a lot of things have happened, and I read the post by Barrister Joffo, and I can tell you that post he made, increased my respect for him a millionfold. It shows to the world of the kind of love he has, not just for the struggle, but personally for Nnamdi Kanu as a person, and how pained he is, that things had to go this way. Our people say that when your relative or your brother, is dancing badly in a public place, the corner of your eyes or your eyelashes develop a sudden itch. The itch is a way of you covering your shame. The shame that is being caused by your brother who is disgracing the entire family in public with his bad or her bad, her sister's bad dancing steps. And in this case, Ejimako and the so-called Kanu brothers are those people who have taken over the dance. My former boss used to say that when you dance in group, you know, it is always easy until you ask everyone to move away. Okay, let's dance. Let's have this individual dance. And then every dancing step is exposed. You are able to know who has been the good dancer and who has been enjoying the dancing step of the majority. When it was the group dance, some people were speaking with some baritone voice, claiming that they know better, trying to have the recognition that they do not deserve, and that ego got into them. They could not withstand seeing the fact that the right people are being recognized. They wanted all the attention for themselves, and the stage was cleared, and they were given the stage to dance for themselves, and everybody could see that they dance makosa when reggae is being played. I don't make this illustration lightly, not at all. I don't make it as comic relief, no. I make this, analogy for us to be able to picture what it means and how we have gotten it wrong. Like you said earlier on, some people are saying, oh, let's move on. Don't blame anyone. Let's move on. If those people are students of Radio Biafra, if those people have listened to the X space or have participated or joined, they will know that in the time past, IPOB have deliberately avoided blaming anyone. But we have gotten to a stage that if you do not look back properly, you risk making the same mistake again, and this time around even worse. And as such, it is only reasonable and wise that when you trip and fall, you don't get up and continue walking. You look back and identify the reason behind your fall and make the necessary changes to move on. In this case, all the people who have played a role in creating the fertile ground for this sham to be, planted and now has germinated, all those people, every single one of them must take responsibility. If here on Radio Biafra, we can openly criticize Nnamdi Azikiwe, we can openly point out certain things he did recklessly, we can openly point out the mistakes of our people, our own brothers, the mistake of our fathers, then there is no, just a moment please. Apologies. If here we can, courageously tell ourselves the truth, there is nobody, even if Mazi Kanu himself something wrong, IPOB is such an organization that understands the benefit of self-criticism. We criticize ourselves. We bring out the best when we criticize the wrong that we have done. So you cannot come here. It is like saying you build a house, you do not plaster it, and then you say, you know what, let's go ahead and paint it. What kind of painting are you doing? Even the women that do makeup, they apply other things, foundation and the rest of them before they apply the final makeup. You cannot build something on an unprepared ground. You cannot, build on what is not there. You have to make sure that the foundation is well, measured, is properly dug. The measurements are accurate if you need to get the building in a perfect shape and in a perfect strength to carry the load. So if you criticize, if we condemn, okay, are we saying that if this situation had gone positive, let's assume by any luck that it has gone the opposite of what they have gone, will anybody have said we should not praise the people who got the judgment? Of course, nobody will say that. So it becomes either, I don't want to use harsh word, but it begs for, certain kind of judgment for anybody to come and tell us that you should not criticize or you should not blame. We have to do that. People must take responsibility, and they must do so humbly, and they must be able to retrace that step and say, you know what, I did this thing wrong. There must be remorse. There must be accountability. And after all that, we will move on. After all that, we will identify the next step and move on. And everybody must recognize that every single thing that the DOS has ever come out to say, this is where this is going. This is what we don't agree with. This is where we must face. You must denounce this. You must correct this. You must reject this. You must do this. Any single thing that IPOB through the DOS has ever come out to emphasize have always turned out to be that they are right. They have always been vindicated. There is no joy in seeing what happened to our leader and counting it as, you know what, thank God it has vindicated us. No. But the thing is that if a father, by the virtue of his experience, predicts the outcome of his son's wayward life, you cannot blame the father for the son who has become wayward. If, as a father, having lived as a young man, having gathered experience, look at the actions of his wayward son and said, you are going to become useless in the future. And in the future, the son becomes useless. You cannot claim that the father cursed the son. You cannot say that the father is responsible for how the child turns out. No, the father simply spoke out of experience. The father simply spoke out of what he knows that the child did not know. And that is what DOS represent. DOS, in the absence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, having the advantage and the high side of the information that they have, are at the vantage point to make certain pronouncements based on fact, based on information. And anybody who refuses to listen is doomed to regret it. And when that happens, it is not the fault of DOS that they have predicted that outcome. It is the fault of that child or that person or group of people who are not privy to the kind of information that DOS have, but still refuse to listen. They have to be held accountable squarely. Now, having said that, the card that has been played by the Nigerian government as influenced by, the Sokoto Caliphate, but, I won't say entirely influenced because, we all know the level of hatred that the Yoruba side of the coin have for the Igbo people, for Biafrans in general. We all know that. It played out in the 1967. We know the advice Awolowo gave. We know the outcome. The outcome of that advice Awolowo gave is more deadly than even the guns and bullets. The history and the facts are there to prove that. Once again, it is playing out. They use Gowon, today they are using Chinedu. They use the Plateau, the Middle Belt, today they are using the Yoruba people, all because they want them to be in power. Now, They say, bring him to us. Let us keep him in our place. And they think by so doing, we are not going to criticize them. We are not going to, tell the people or expose their shenanigans. We're not going to expose all their manipulation. It will not stop us. Now, if they have learned nothing at all, if the Nigerian government, the British government, and the Sokoto Caliphate have learned nothing at all about Biafrans, they should know that we do not give up. We never give up. And I will say kudos to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The fact that they have carried out this evil doing, this charade, is a proof that he has refused to bend. It's a proof that he has refused to take the deal. It's a proof that they are forcing him into, and forcing IPOB into some kind of disadvantage, point, so that we can negotiate from weakness. It's not going to happen, because there is no compromise to what we are doing. This has the signature and the handwriting of British all over it. They did it with Gandhi. They did it with Gandhi. They tried to jail him. They tried to do everything, with their fake trial. And at the end of the day, what happened? They got tired because he refused to give up. He said he was ready to die, and he stuck to his gun. And at the end of the day, he was victorious. They did the same thing in South Africa with Mandela. They jailed him so that they can force the ANC to accept whatever condition they are giving them. Unfortunately, it emboldened them. At the end of the day, whether or not the Mandela that went in is the same Mandela that came out, it's not the question here. The point is that in the end of the day, they did not get the negotiation they wanted. And even if they did, Biafra and IPOB will be different. They did the same thing in Kenya 1952 to 1953 to Jomo Kenyatta. They did the same thing. They jailed him, tried to force him to negotiate, tried to do it. But the more they jailed him, the more they kept him there, the more his people become radicalized, the more they become stronger, the more they fought. And at the end of the day, they did not have their way. It happened in Pakistan, 1968. All these things is history. It is there for our own instruction. Histories are there for our instruction, that we will not repeat them, that we are not doomed to repeat the failure of it if we learn from it. IPOB is far more resolved than all these things, than all these people have listed. One of the important things to note is that since 2021 till today, they have tried everything, every single thing.
Mazi, are you still there? Mazi, you muted your mic. I don't know. Okay. Before he comes back, like what he's saying, our people should not take what happened. Yes. Okay. Okay. Go on. Go on. Go on. You muted yourself. Go on.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Family, sorry, kids are just, who they are. So, like I was saying, IPOB have proven to be resilient. Since 2021 till date, they thought by keeping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the dungeon that IPOB were going to suddenly fold. But instead, we're waxing stronger. Liaison offices are springing up everywhere. We have more partners. People are listening to us. People are speaking up for the first time openly in the U.S. Congress. Nnamdi Kanu was mentioned. His matter was discussed. The sham judgment was mentioned. They, by their own action, are pushing the Biafran discussion to the right places. They, by their own action, are strengthening us. They are making us better. They are making us stronger. They are making us resilient. And this should be enough lesson for them to understand that IPOB is not going to give up, because we don't have option. The fact is that we don't have option. We do not have any option besides what we're doing. Our independence, our total liberation is the only option, or else we are all gone. How do you come back from this? What they by themselves should be able to sit down and ask themselves, do these people have any other option? Is the so-called Igbo presidency going to solve their problem? Do they think it will solve their problem? Of course not. Do they think that regional government will solve their problem? Of course no. Do they think that so-called restructuring, that means 1,000 things to 1,000 people, is going to solve their problem? Of course not. They by themselves, the British, the Nigerian government, the Sokoto Caliphate, and whoever is part of this charade, should be able to sit down and ask themselves, realistically, is there any other option for these people for which they can decide to compromise for? There is none. That's the fact. So the situation itself does not allow us to tone down. The situation does not allow us to accept anything less. And those armchairs, critic, like you mentioned earlier on, those, smart fools, I call them smart fools, those who think they always know better. And when you talk to them, they say, oh, you should have done it like this. Why didn't you do it like that? You should have done it like that. When there is problem, you call on IPOB. What are you people doing? You have done nothing to support IPOB. You have done nothing to be part of IPOB. I've met a couple of them. Hey, Mazi, I've received call from many of them. Oh, it's this court, Nigeria government, no. 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 I am a Mazi. No. I'm not IPOB. I'm the IPOB now. I'm a IPOB game. Ordinary come to family meeting. Not even, okay, keep your money in your pocket. That suggestion you have, come to family meeting and share it with us. You will not come because of the small phone accessories you are selling, the small clothes you are selling in your boutique, those tiny battery na chigari na here, tiny shoes na market na chigari. It's more important to you than what is going to guarantee not just the safety, not just the dignity of yourself, your generation yet unborn, but at least the protection of your own life. Every money, every wealth a Biafran makes outside Biafran land means nothing until you come home and your people see what you have. Forget Akurono if you don't understand what it means. For you to buy your Bentley, for you to buy your G-Wagon, for you to buy your Rolls Royce, for you to buy all the biggest car you can think of, your GLK, whatever, in a foreign land, in Lagos, in Abuja, in anywhere, as a true Biafran, if you have not brought that car home, if you have not built that house at home, that success never feel like success. That is who we are. And what you are fighting for is the guarantee that you will be able to come home peacefully, that you'll be able to return home and find home complete, that you have the confidence to come home with peace of mind, that there is no foreigner that will come to your farm and kill your mother or your sister, that no foreigner is going to accost you on your way to your father's house and kidnap you and demand for billions, that no foreigner can be allowed to be in our bush without being kicked out, that we'll be able to manage our border, manage our security, ensure our financial security, ensure the proper education of our people, ensure our food security, ensure the dignity of our own life. The protection of life and property will be in our own hands. This is the essence of what we are doing. And you think you are so smart, you think you are so enlightened. I don't know what kind of enlightenment that makes you feel that your safety should be left in the hands of other people, that your own protection should be left in the hands of other people, that other people should be in the same country with you and have different cutoff mark in different states. Give you higher cutoff mark, give other people lower cutoff mark, and the same idiots with lower cutoff marks are coming here and telling you, and coming now and telling you that they are killing indigenous people, burning their farms, killing their wives, slicing the throat of their babies, macheting their children because they have not built school for them, because they don't have schools, when they have the lowest cutoff mark. And you sit there and all you do is wait for someone else to do it. And when they catch you, when those Fulani people in the police or military uniform meet you in our land, they don't ask you if you're IPOB or not. They know you are an IPOB. They know you are a Biafran. Whether you be part of us or not, whether you support or not, it does not differentiate you in the eyes of our enemies. You are one of us. Whether you like it or not, you can't run away from that. And yet, sit back. The Fulanis that you think are the lowest of the lowest are having their meetings, are contributing, are doing their best to conquer other people. We don't seek to conquer anybody. We just want to protect what is ours. We want to protect what is our own. But yet, a fellow Biafran will open space. As Jonathan, forgive me, I'm taking too much time, but let me learn. You know, it will open a Twitter space, sit down there and castigate Biafra, because he feels we hold different point of view. But what we're doing is for him. And today, can't be anybody who will sit somewhere and criticize what we are doing for the liberation of our people. If that person ever benefit from this liberation, can't be that person. Because this is becoming too much. This is becoming too much. So stupid that we don't even think about our own self. We think by patronizing, our enemies, they are going to treat you differently. The people that demolish their houses in Lagos, demolish their shops in Lagos, do they come and ask them if they are part of IPOB or not? Do they? Some of them belong to the Oboni that is a fraternity of the Yoruba people. Some of them are friends with the Oba of Lagos. Some of them are friends with some Bale over there. Some of them are even friends with Tinubu's son. Does it stop their shop from being demolished? Peter Obi has been singing Better Nigeria, Better Nigeria, Better Nigeria for how many years? Does it stop his brother's house to be from being demolished?
See, he is the owner of that house even. He just put it on his brother's name. Go on.
You see? Does it stop that house from being demolished? Does it stop the trading or whatever complex that was demolished, which is part of the patrons? Does it stop it from being demolished? Does it stop the Yorubas from trolling him on Twitter and calling him all sort of names? Does it stop, Mokri from calling him IPOP? I don't know when we are going to wake up. Do you think that what happened to Nnamdi Kanu could have happened to a Fulani person? Do you think it can happen to a Yoruba man? That he will be sentenced so unjustly and within 24 hours be moved to the far north, where his lawyer does not live there, his family does not live there, he cannot get a visit? To even travel to Sokoto to go and visit him is another security risk to the person going there. You think this can happen to anybody besides a Biafran? And you sit there in your comfort zone because you buy some generator and you have some bulldog in your house, and you can buy fuel and on light, when there is no light, and you think you are living comfortable because you have some lister, you can put diesel in it and give yourself, some half-baked electricity, and you think you have comfort because because you live in an estate with some security, you think you are secured. When you leave the gate of your house, you know that you are in Nigeria. And you cannot live within the comfort of your estate for the rest of your life. Your business, you are the children of the school of your children, and everything that you need to do to keep life moving cannot be in your estate. You still have to go out. You leave those dogs behind. You leave that what do you call it? Those litters behind. You will leave that nicely paved compound in your house behind and step into the potholes and step into the police brutality and step into the discrimination in offices and step into the manipulation of the caliphate. You will step into that tribalism, that hate that has been kept in stock for Biafrans. You step into it. And whether you like it or not, before you even utter your name, they know who you are because we look unique and they know us. So if you like, keep hiding your head in the sand. Keep creating spaces and shouting, I be carries, as if that is going to put food on your table. Those small 20K data they give you, keep shouting with it. And when this thing happens, it's going to hit you harder. Because at the land, our ancestors know those whose hearts belong to this struggle. And they will find ways to protect us. Mazi, Jonathan, please, I yield the mic.
Whoa, there were Mazi. And we must continue. Let us quickly dive into the topic which you have been threatening. But today, as I said, we will also talk about the Sokoto Caliphate manipulations through the Christian genocides that have been going on. And in that case, I ask this question today. Today is Saturday. Why is it that the persecuted Christians never organize themselves for self-defense, despite these gruesome genocides, all these years, decades, I should say? Why is it so? Are they the really the ships that are being called ships with no defense or no intent or intention of defending himself? Now, before that, I want to also bring us back to history of this Sokoto Caliphate and to corroborate it with what is going on today, for you to understand that it is the same thing that has been going on. Now, the roots of Fulani jihadism are found in 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries reform, or century reform, or reform movements aiming to purify Islam. Listen, to purify Islam and replace existing states with new ones governed by Islamic law. That was the intent of the Fulani jihadism in West Africa. It has been like that since 17th, 18th, and 19th century reform movements. Their aim was to purify, or has always been to purify Islam and replace existing states with new ones governed by Islamic law. That is why you see they bulldoze other religions, mostly Christian religion, and other Muslims that do not share their extreme view, just the same way they did in the Levante, in Middle East. The Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. So that is what they have been doing. The Fulani have been saying it here times without number, or time without numbers, that the origin of jihadism, Islamic jihadism in West Africa, it was started by the Fulani. in 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. Now, during the Sokoto Jihad, Mohammed Bello, listen, Mohammed Bello is the direct son of Ottoman Dan Fodio. He attacked a place called Yandoto. And Yandoto was a thriving Islamic scholarly center in Castina, the present-day Castina state. He attacked there. Its scholars refused to submit politically to him, despite being devout Muslims. But the Fulani they say, no, you are not Islamic enough. That is why you see the Muslims that are also being killed, because these people has agenda. Now, according to history, when these scholars refused to submit to the son of Ottoman Dan Fodio, in retaliation, Bello's forces destroyed over 50 towns and burned or scattered countless Islamic manuscripts. Is it not what they are doing today? Even Shehu Al-Kamini of Borno condemned the act, accusing the jihadists of desecrating God's name written in those books. This stands as one of the earliest documented book burnings in sub-Saharan Africa. It was in 17th, 18th. Oh, this thing happened in 19th century anyway, the Sokoto Caliphate, I mean. Now, but the origin of modern Fulani, because when you look at, I will come to there anyway, the origin of the modern Fulani jihadism in West Africa can be traced to 18th and 19th century Islamic reform movements that led to the creation of large Islamic states. Is still pointing to Islamic states. Remember, as I said before, the aim of, or the roots of Fulani jihadism are found in all these 17th, 18th, and 19th century reform movements, aiming to purify Islam and replace existing states with new ones governed by Islamic law, that is Sharia law. Is it not what you are seeing in Nigeria? In 1999, the six northern states agitated for Sharia law, that is Islamic law, and they got it. Obasanjo gave it to them. And today you see how they have been expanding. This is what the Fulani jihadism started in West Africa, 17th, 18th, and 19th century. They are still moving towards the same thing till today. I want to build a background so that you understand. Not to build because I've been saying this all the time, but I want to repeat it so that you understand what is going on. That it didn't start today. It doesn't matter the Nigerian Minister of Information come and tell you that, oh no, it is not easy to prosecute those terrorist Fulani Islamic terrorist financiers. It is difficult. It is not as you see. No, they are all moving towards the same direction. That man is part of it. All of them are part of it. Don't you see how Shegumi has been protecting them? These are, defending them publicly. He doesn't hide his own. These are the Sokoto Caliphate's manipulations. Now, the origin of modern Fulani jihadism in West Africa can be traced to 18th and 19th century Islamic reform movements that led to the creation of large Islamic states, such as the Sokoto Caliphate. Remember, Sokoto Caliphate was created as ISIS. ISWAP. I don't know whether people understand this. Sokoto Caliphate you are seeing, it is ISWAP, Islamic State of West African Province. That is it. So that caliphate has been a terrorist caliphate right from its creation to today. Are you getting what I'm saying? That is the background of what is happening. If Nigerians should understand this, they will rise up and dismantle the Sokoto Caliphate. I am telling you. Because what is going on, it can never stop. As long as Nigeria is there, the Sokoto Caliphate will continue expanding. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, this historical tradition was later revived by the present Fulani terrorists who are exploiting governance vacuums, ethnic tensions, and local grievances to establish a modern form of militant jihadism in the 21st century. This is what is going on in Nigeria. That is why they bulldoze Christian religion. They bulldoze Christian communities. They destroy them. They send them into refugee camps in Nigeria. That is what is going on. It is not something new. It was started by Ottoman Manfodio when he established the Sokoto Caliphate. So Sokoto Caliphate is the same thing as ISWAP, Islamic State of West Africa, which is now termed as a complete terrorist group. But Sokoto Caliphate is there. People are not taking it as a terrorist group because of ignorance from Nigerians. I am telling you. Sokoto Caliphate was formed as an Islamic state. And what is the difference between it and the terrorists you are seeing, Islamic State of West Africa, ISWAP? Are you getting the gist? This historical tradition, I come again, was later revived by the present Fulani terrorists who are exploiting governance vacuums, ethnic tensions, and local grievances to establish a modern form of militant jihadism in the 21st century. That is why Sheikh Gumi is going about giving all sorts of excuses. Oh, these people, they are crude, they are not educated. And you ask, whose fault for them not to be educated? Whose fault? That was what Barrister Darlington asked Sheikh Gumi, because they have sense of entitlement. He told him that, look, Igbo people has never received scholarship from the Nigerian government. They hustle and go to school. Why do you have to come and depend on Nigeria? Okay, come and develop the same. Why? The sense of entitlement. So they give all these excuses. They give excuse of, oh, it's climate change. That is why they are killing people. It's climate change. So it's farmers' headers clash. No, all this has been going on. It is the same excuses they have been given since 19th century. Yes. In the present day Nigeria, the Sokoto Caliphate. So it is not something that started today. The lies and takia is the same thing. Okay. Significant historical events include the Futajelom and Futatoro jihads, which provided a model for later movements. This Futajelom, in the present day Guinea, and the Futatoro jihads in the present day Senegal, they occurred first. That is where the Fulani struck first. It provided a model for later movements like the Sokoto Caliphate and the present day jihadism, Fulani jihadism that is going on in Nigeria till today. Nigerians, open your eyes. The jihad is going on. Are you getting it? The most influential was the jihad led by Ottoman Danfodio, which led to the creation of the Sokoto Caliphate in what is now Nigeria. The most influential was led by Ottoman Danfodio, because after everything, the Futajelon, the Futatoro, they were pelled by the Sokoto Caliphate. Sokoto Caliphate became the largest, and that is why the Sokoto Caliphate, they they continue, they want Nigeria to continue be, oh, we are the largest. They want to control the largest population in Africa. That is Nigeria. That is me and you. Our land. Every indigenous people's land. That is why talk everything. So do everything. They tell you that no, nobody can put ethnic divide. I think it was said by Atiku. No, nobody can put the ethnic or religious divide in between us. And you ask him, ethnic or religious divide? Where as the same Atiku tweeted when they killed, when they stoned to death and burnt Deborah Samuel alive. He tweeted, he condemned the act because of blasphemy, that he blasphemed. And immediately his people, the northern population, they condemned him. They said, if you don't pull down this tweet, that we are not giving you any vote. This, and he immediately pulled it down. The same article is calling, oh, nobody is going to put our divide us, our put ethnicity on. And you ask, have we been one? The answer is no. We have not been one. Right from start. Ahmad Bello, since even before independence, he have been clamoring for modernization agenda. That is the continuous establishment of the Sokoto Caliphate. Either they take it all or nothing. They go out of Nigeria, and they were given all. That is what we are suffering today. Are you getting it? Now, ideological and state building goals. This Fulani jihadist movement combine the religious goals with military action, territorial expansion, and state building, creating large Islamic states. That is what is going on in Nigeria. That is why they are attacking everywhere, because they combine religious goals with military action. They are not people that are praying like you in the church. I saw one Pastor Eze praying against Islamic jihad terrorists. Oh, they will die in Jesus' name. These are scammers that shouldn't be. Every church member in anywhere you are in that space called Nigeria should hold their dadiju, their pastors, their clergy, their reverend bishops or reverend fathers responsible. Ask them, what is your stand in this Christian genocide? Why have you come publicly in the church even to say your stand? Condemn it. Let us hear you. So, you see, this Fulani jihadist movement combine religious goals with military action. They are not there praying for Angel Michael to come and fight for them. No. They take action. They buy military weapons because they want territorial expansion and their own state building, creating large Islamic states. That is what they want in Nigeria. And that is what they are achieving. That is why in Christian communities in Borno, in Katsina, in Bauchi, in Sokoto, they went there, they will go there and wreak havoc. They will kill the community, attack them, commit genocide, even in Plateau, in Benue, in Kwara. And the people, the remaining people that we are not beheaded, that we are not massacred, we run away, and they are in IDP camps still today. They gain the strength by exploiting political instability because they thrive in insecurity. They thrive in chaos. Are you getting it? That is the Fulani terrorists for you, the jihadists. That is how they thrive. They gain strength by exploiting political instability, weak governance, and security gaps in countries like Nigeria. Weak governance. Nigeria is a disgraced country, according to Trump. Even for the second time, he said it. I will read the news. They capitalize on local disputes over land and resources, often between farming and herding communities, and recruit from population that feel neglected by their governments. That is what they do. So they will purposely make Nigeria, or they purposely made Nigeria a weak state. very weak. Are you getting it? So that they will be using it as an excuse. Remember how you Lakurawa terrorists, the same, these are different names, but they are the same Fulani terrorists, Islamists. Remember how they were formed, how they came into Nigeria. They were foreigners, foreign Fulanis. You remember? The Fulani, these are indigenous people in, I think, either is it, if I'm not mistaken, Kanu or Castina. Now, the same Fulani terrorist bandits will be going to steal the cows and chickens and other animals of these villagers. It's a plan. They will be going to wreak havoc, stealing from them, and they will prevent the Nigerian military from coming to their aid. Now, Mietiala will come in. They came in. They say they advise the PG, the community chiefs of the indigenous houses. They say, as you people are suffering this, and the government, Nigerian government is not even protecting you. We have contact of Muslims. Oh, they are good people. Peace be unto them. They are good people. They are not Nigerians, eh? But if you people want, we will go and bring them. When we bring them, they will protect you. They have their arms, everything. Only you accommodate them and nothing more. They are Muslims. They are truthful people. And that advice sounded good in the eyes or in the ears of those indigenous chiefs. Now they accorded. Now the Mietiala, the same Fulani, went outside, brought their brothers, armed to the teeth, say, come, we have worked it now, come. But they entered and pretended, no, peace be unto you, we are Muslims. Oh, Allah Akbar. Now, the indigenous community accommodated them, provided for them, hid them, showed them ways, roads, everything. After staying there, understanding the whole movements, the whole things on that community, they turned brutally against the community. That is how they behave. And what I'm telling you, that is how Lakurawa entered. This so-called Lakurawa, they are Fulani. They speak Fufude and Arabic. Now they entered, they started killing the population. The population was surprised. Say, but we are Muslim like you. They say, come on, you idiots. They beheaded their chiefs and ransacked the community. The indigenous people ran away and left their communities for them. And that is where they are, where they started. That is why when they said, oh, a new terrorist group called Lakurawa have come, the Nigerian police say, no, these people have been there. It is the community that brought them. These are how they work. They work very tactical, these people. That is why they will cause a problem and they will defend it. They will come and tell you, no. They will come and sell to you their solution. Are you getting it? That is the way they behave. Now, listen, as they are causing, they are kidnapping children from school. It is still furthering their agenda because they don't want westernization. You call it Western education. That is it. But they don't want westernization. That is why what they are doing. So that is why even here in the Nigerian Senate, they are proposing, say, instead of insecurity in all these places in Kebbi, in Niger State, please let the governor order and evacuate schools so that no more schools over there. And it's a suggestion. And that is what they are, because all are working together. They are still, instead of fighting these people, they're telling you, no, don't go to school again. Close all the schools and the children stay home, because of security issue. They are working together in order to achieve the same goal. Listen to this, please. This is in the Nigerian Senate. Listen.
The General, Brigadier General Uba Musa, and the videos being circulated, and 24 hours after, you saw what happened in Kebbi. What we are missing is that these people have taken advantage of our infallibility to keep getting at us. Imagine if any one of us has a daughter now in captivity in Kebbi. Will you be sleeping? Is it possible for you to survive when your own daughter is taken? And I represent Bauchi Central of Bauchi State. Mr. President, we are facing an existential threat collectively as people. And by the time we begin to procrastinate and say it is this group against this group, it is this religion against this religion, the event of the last few weeks.
They are coming here. This is their solution. This one is from Bauchi Central, according to him. He's a senator. This is the Nigerian Senate House. This is how they behave. This is how they are. They start problems and now they come to proper solution. And you will see that, oh, it is good. Continue listening. I think another person will also speak. Continue listening.
Has proven to all Nigerians that these attacks comes to any Nigerian, irrespective of tribe, region, and religion. And therefore, Mr. President, the more we begin to see ourselves as being victims of these terrorists, the better for all of us. Yesterday, we lost a general, Brigadier General Uba Musa.
Just imagine. They lost a general, Uba Musa. Mazi, Obasi. I don't know whether that Uba Musa is a northerner. You know, sometimes, let me tell us something. An Igbo man can change name to sound like a northerner in order to sound like a Muslim, in order for him to grow in the profession, in the Nigeria system. That is the truth. You know, a non-Muslim, we also we do the same. So I don't know Uba Musa whether it's a Hausa or a Southerner or even a Biafran or an Igbo man. I don't know. But when you come in, you will, if you know about it, you will talk, please. Now, if this thing happened, imagine in any way a general was killed in any part of Igbo land, Biafra land. Imagine what would have happened. All hell will break loose. They will go there both on A, from land from A, from land from C. They will clear the whole community. Everybody will be on their own. This is, yeah, but here they are talking it. Nothing happened to all those. The Nigerian military no longer have power. They no longer have power. They don't have power. We need to get out of this place, honestly, yesterday. Continue listening.
And the videos being circulated, and 24 hours after, you saw what happened in Kebbi. What we are missing is that these people have taken advantage of our infallibility to keep getting at us. Now we have been saddled with a responsibility going forward. Are these terrorists appeasable? Can we reach out to them There are one school of thought who imagined that these terrorists could be rich and then discussions take place.
Do you see their solution? Mazi, these people are smart. No, let us go to them. Is it not the same thing that Sheikh Gumi is clamoring for? God Almighty. But they are very, very quick to rendition. They spend a lot of money to rendition Mazi Nnamdi very easily. They pronounce IPOB, prescribe IPOB, but they never prescribe Fulani headsmen. Never. Now, he said, okay, this problem is too much. Why can't we reach them and negotiate and beg them to stop? That is how they roll. As these are wise people. I continue saying it. They are wiser than our people by far when it comes to political issues. You know, when I talk about political issues, you think it's a PDP or APC. No. It is about collective organization. That is what I mean by political issues or politics. They are wiser by far. They will be supporting these terrorists through the back. I mean them. They say, continue now, Kambamba. We are on the political side. We will be, no, the problem is too much. We have to negotiate with you people. We have to reach them. No, it's no more by force. Nigeria become a sitting duck when it comes to following terrorists. Do you see that? Do you see how they move? That is why Onyendu say to fear Igbo politicians. On a no stand, on a no sabi. On a no sabi. It is the Igbo people, Igbo politicians that will even bring foreigners to kill everybody. They don't sabi just for one person's interest, selfishness. Don't you see? Example is it's not far even. It's not only about the politicians. Look at Mazi Nnamdi Kanu siblings. Just, you know, the hatred of IPOB. Okay, as long as they are not allowed to take over IPOB as a natural inherited from their big brother after him, not them. Okay, don't worry. We will destroy IPOB. We don't care for IPOB leadership to even put hand in Onyendu's case. Anything they do, the IPOB DOS did, they will go and sabotage it because of their selfish interests. That is the difference. You see that? They don't care. Forget about what Kanu. We get intelligence of what they are saying privately. We understand. Forget about when they come to Facebook. They tell you, my brother, they love what is going on. That is it. They love it. It is a script. That is it. So do you see how this man is playing? He's in, let us negotiate. Have you seen an Igbo or a Biafran senator standing in the Senate and say, this IPOB that is clamoring, let us negotiate with them. Let us hear from them to understand what they are. Even that person, the way they will just shut up. Who will support him? Another Igbo that will even go and betray him, say, man, I kill this man, or me, I know they're inside. Listen to this man. Learn the mind how to run politics. If you want to learn how to run politics of your collective interest, meet these people, meet this caliphate, meet them, you learn. Look at what is clamoring.
Who imagined that these terrorists could be rich and then discussions take place?
Okay.
There is another school of thought who thinks that these terrorists should be met with all the posts required to meet them. And that is the entanglement, Mr. President, we're in. It is left for all of us. You have 2 seconds remaining. You took my 30 seconds saying, so it took.
Let me put the other person. Listen again. This is another person.
Mr. President, let me join my leader and elder brother by also lending my voice in support of this motion and commiserating with the people and government of Kebbi State and the parents in particular of the children involved, and indeed also condole with the family of General Oba Musa and all of those who have lost their lives in the course of this heinous crime of banditry and those who are in captivity as a result of kidnapping. Mr. President, as you know, I am from Sokoto State, sister state to Kebbi. By the glory of God and the trust of the people of Sokoto State, I presided over the affairs of Sokoto State for 8 years, and it was from there that I came here. While there, on the saddle of leadership of that state, I was deeply involved in facing situations like this. Mr. President, we cannot afford to play politics with issues of security.
And they are playing,
Security
he's playing.
Remains one of the key and most important ingredient for the survival of any community. And once there is a security threat, it is expected that all of the members of a particular community should come together and bond and face that threat. That is what I expect from this parliament. That's what I expect from Nigerians. We must emphasize the issues of religion and ethnicity while dealing with matters of insecurity. If we do not do that, the tendency is that we are falling into the trap of enemies of this country. And we know ourselves, and we know what is going on. I therefore charge every Nigerian to come together, bond together, and make sure that we move side by side in facing and confronting all of these challenges facing this country. Mr. President, this is a very serious matter. It has been recurring, and in Kebbi, Sokoto, Katsina, Zamfara, Kaduna, Niger, Plateau, Benue, many parts, virtually every part of Nigeria today is facing one form of insecurity or the other. And unless we're able to come together and work together, we may not find solution to it. I admonish the government of Kebbi State to maybe borrow a leaf from what we did during our service in Sokoto State.
What did they do? Listen.
We were forced by the circumstances of that time to relocate so many schools.
Do you see their solution? Not to deal with the issue, they relocate schools, the same motives of Boko Haram. Western education or westernization is evil. That is what their political class are. That is their solutions. Now, let me ask people that are listening. Do you remember during so-called imposed sit at home by Ikperima, which IPOB cancelled? Do you remember every time Nigerian media went agog, calculating how many billions, if not trillions of naira being lost every Monday by Nigerians? So they love us. Oh, they are calculating. Now, ask yourself, why are they not calculating the monetary or financial loss in different parts of the north? Oh, Chineke. Remember that time, every time, Abati, Ruben Abati and co, that ugly monster. We stand on, is it TVC News or Channels Television, analyze him as if he love on people. Oh, they are disrupting businesses. The billions and trillions of naira lost in Ebola and in Nigeria and China. Now, all these things that are occurring in the north, who is calculating the financial loss, telling it to the public? Do you see how they are economical with the truth? That is the manipulations of the caliphate. These are the money. They are giving their solution. The other one said, now let us reach out to these people, these terrorists, and talk with them. Maybe they will agree. This one said, relocate the schools so that we close all, give them the land, give terrorists the land and relocate the schools, close the schools so that people will know. These are their solutions. It's no longer deal with them with force. Like in IPO, deal with them with force. We know they are destroying Nigeria. And the here, it's IPOB that is our saving grace, nothing more. Otherwise, indeed, when we're here, nothing. We don't know politics. You know, zoro a people sentenced to self-survival is a people going into extermination. I am telling you. A people that are not organized to face their collective challenges, instead each and every one of them is sentenced to now go and hustle by yourself, is a people that are running down the abyss. Now, the question with all this, let me stop this one. You see their solution. Their foot soldiers are beheading people, destroying communities, committing genocides, Christian genocides, and others. Now their politicians are coming to give their solution. No, let us appease them. Let us negotiate, reach out to them, appease them. The other one say, no, all those places they are acting, let us give them the land. So relocate the schools so that the more you eat, is a plan. That is how they move. It's a war group. Will our people understand? Now the subsequent question in this, Mazi, I will bring you in, please, because I want to make my submission now. You come in, and after we open the lines, just for a few calls. Now, let me finish reading here. Now I go to these terrorists capitalize on local disputes over lands and resources, often between farming and herding communities. Okay, now the subsequent question is, why is it that these persecuted Christians never organize themselves for self-defense despite these gruesome genocides? What is the problem? Whereas, like, just listen to this, please. As somebody rightly said, I want to bring it out, please, just hold on. Listen. Somebody pointed out that out of 10 richest pastors in the world, Nigerian pastors are 8 out of 80%, out of 100%, 8 over 10. But Christians are being massacred. Christian genocide is happening. But these pastors, they don't care. I will read to you some news. Listen to this man. Listen.
Nigeria is the #1 nation on earth for Christian genocide, by a factor of 10. More Christians are killed here for their faith than anywhere else in the world. At the same time, Nigeria is home to 8 of the 10 richest pastors in the world.
8 of the 10 richest pastors in the whole world is in Nigeria. Whereas Nigeria is where is the grave of Christians. Is there, what an absurdity. Does it make sense?
And I think those things are directly correlated. The body of Christ in Nigeria has all the wealth, all the resources, all the people, all the influence it needs to clean this place up and make it a wonderful place, safe and secure and equitable. The body of Christ has that, but there's a virus that has infected that body of Christ. We call the prosperity gospel, which is really a satanic teaching that takes the...
That is prosperity gospel, he called it. I said, they turned the Nigerian Christian followers into complete sheep without brain. You know, I saw where so-called Pastor Eze, or if, what do you call him? I don't know. Whether evangelist or that the Jew, I don't know, was praying against bandits. You know, after praying, everything is okay. You know, sometimes I'm out of words, honestly, to describe what is going on there. How people have been turned into sheep, and they behave like sheep. Listen to Pastor Eze praying. Listen, please.
That have been ravaged by bandits, by little children that have been taken captive from their schools. Drinkers of blood, eaters of human flesh. Corners where terrorism have arisen. Will you watch your rod? Will you watch your rod?
This is a prayer to stop terrorists killing Christians in Nigeria. Nnamdi Kanu. How can people be so stupid? People are going with sophisticated weapons, physical. They move, they train their people to come and kill you. Now you are praying. It made me remember in Madiebo's book about the Biafra story. When the Mohammedans, when Nigerian military succeeded in coming to Onitsha, crossing River Niger, everybody evacuated, ran away. Some 300 worshippers, Christian worshippers, they said no, God is able to protect them. They continued their praying. The Nigerian military came there and summarily executed all of them. All the 300 plus, all of them there in their church. Why should religion make people so stupid? Mostly this Christian. Let me tell you something, what they did in Christianity. The Europeans that started Christianity used it and conquered many places. They used it as a weapon of conquest. Crusade. Before crusade, you've seen that is pacified. Is that word is a pacified word? Is the same like jihadism, jihad. Are you getting what I'm saying? They use the word crusade in order to go to countries, conquer, kill people, destroy communities in the name of Christianity. After the Europeans finished doing this, they say no. These people will do these things will retaliate. Now they change many things in the Bible. They pacify the things. They now call God of a war. They say it's Old Testament. Do you see the thing? They say it is Old Testament. It is no more viable today. They divided the Bible. Say they added their own thing. They call the New Testament into the Bible. Say now, if they slap you here, turn to the other side. It's just like Tokumbo, and they use Awakashiri in Europe, but they go on there with no chassis. Nah, That is what they use this Christianity to do. I am telling you, they pacified it so that no more a militating religion. If you accept the religion, you sit down. You have to be subservient. And you pray. If they are slaughtering, you pray and believe that God will send you a Messiah. And that is what Christians are waiting. That is why they are not proactive. They are not even active, physically active at all. They continue waiting for Messiah to come and help them. And it is affecting the brain. It is affecting the productivity of people. Because when you believe that you can pray and things happen, there is no need for you going out to do that thing by yourself. You see, Jehovah, where is it now? Don't worry. Do you see the danger? That is why they cannot organize themselves. Instead, they are into tithe and offering, making money, just pay God. God will do it for you. Sow seed. When they hear genocide being committed in Plateau State, people in South, they don't care. They go, no. The other day, I think one pastor said, no, I decree that no terrorists will see any of my member in Jesus' name. And the members say, amen. Which means they kill other Christians, they don't care. But for your members, you are covered. Do you see how gullible this religion have turned everybody? Do you see that? We have to be versatile in what we are doing. That is the reason why they don't form physical defense. All time, everybody is crying. Oh, they are killing us. Oh, one massacre. Oh, they killed the terrorists ransack village. Can't you organize yourself and buy guns? You have billionaire pastors, but they don't care. These are what they call the Muktabarets. These in Enoch Adeboyedem, Adeleke, all of them, Kumuyidem. They are chosen by the caliphate to do their job. They are promoted, given money, prompt money, given favors, in order to be keeping people low for Islamic terrorists, for Fulani Islamic terrorists to take over. They calm you down that don't worry, nothing will happen to you. In Jesus' name. How do you see it? Pastor Adeboye to Tinubu, he told Tinubu, tell Trump to delay action for 100 days. Set 90-day deadline for military to finish terrorists. This is the same pastor, this was November 8th, 2025 news headline. This is the same pastor that organized a protest against Goodluck Jonathan, his own fellow Christian, as a president, for you to understand where they belong. Now, Pastor Ade Farisi denies genocide claims. Ade Farasin denies genocide claims, questions U.S. motives in Nigeria. This is November 3rd, 2025 news. Is a big daddy GO. These are controllers of the mindset of most of our people. Do you see that? They don't care. But in all, I am happy that today, on today's news, Trump continues saying Nigeria is a disgrace. He repeats it. It is genocide, and I'm really angry. President Trump insists. So, why are Christians doing this? Reverend Governor Hyacinth, what is his name? Alim Mabi, what is his name? He said that there is no religious genocide in Benue State. The same Benue that his predecessor, Otom, was crying, shouting every day about the genocide being committed in his state. Do you see why it is important to change the system, not the politician? As people are clapping, yes, which is good for Abia State Governor Oti is doing very well. What about after Oti? Have you thought about it? That is why creating a good system that forces every public servant to do the right thing, not depending on the goodwill of an individual. Do you see that? Pastor Hyacinth earlier, he said that no, there is no, he's a reverend father, a current reverend father, that there is no Christian genocide. And that is why Sheikh Gumi referred to him. That no, don't you see, example is a reverend father, Hyacinth earlier, he is a reverend father. So, but there is had it been there is a Christian genocide in Benue State, he will be shouting on top of his voices. And you ask them, what about Autumn that have been shouting every day of the 80 years of his stay in office, till they wanted to kill him several times as a governor? That they want to subjugate the TV people, the Benue people, to become Fulani slave, but they will not allow. Now another person have come about. That is why the caliphate puts another person in the name of reverend, so that they use reverend father, as a moktabaret, so that when the people see, they say, oh, he's a reverend father, he can protect us, this and that. You don't know he's their agent. That is the Fulani caliphate, the Sokoto caliphate manipulations. Are you getting what I'm saying? And that is why it must be dismantled. Let me play this before I bring in my brother, my comrade, please.
So I would be.
This is Hyacinth earlier.
So being in governance does not take that away. So I am a reverend father. So being in governance does not take that away from me. I am still a reverend father. I came in as a governor, as a reverend father. I am working with the fear of God and the compassion of Christianity.
That is it. He is putting it to attract your sentiment as a sheep. Man. So that when you hear, oh, I am serving Jesus Christ and He is a Son and God. When you hear it, your heart will melt. You say, amen. You don't know that He is an agent. You are intimidated sentimentally, easily. You don't look beyond your sentiment. That is why Christians are lamenting. That is why they are in a mess in Nigeria. Genocides are being committed by the people that are facing reality. They are on conquest, position. They are on conquest mission, colonization mission, to colonize every part of our land, every place. They use physical military, they use physical equipment, weapons, and you are praying for God to save you. You cannot organize yourself, because all these pastors, all of them criminals, they don't care. They are protected. They have secret pacts with the caliphate. They are working for them. So what they want is your money. If you die, they don't care. Is it not a member of, is it a Kumuyu's this thing that they killed one time preaching? Is it in Abuja or Niger State one time, some years back? What did he do? Did he talk about it? Nothing. So this is your reverend father, who is a governor. He's protecting his governorship post because he don't want to annoy the Sokoto Caliphate that put him there. These are the Sokoto Caliphate manipulations. What are the Christians doing about it? He said there is no Christian genocide. Listen again.
And humanity. And at the end of the day, I'm still going back to the church as a reverend father and a good Christian. So that is for the record. We need to understand this. In my state of Benue, we don't have any religious, any ethnic, any racial, any national or state genocide. We don't have that. Do we have...
Do you see that? The same like Soludo. Soludo, Sokoto Caliphate, governorship another 4 years, because he represented them very well. No, Trump, if you talk, which means we Africans have to invade America because of the way they are killing blacks. And Christians are killing Christians in the Southeast. In order for him to be given 4 years of governorship only, he will do something to destroy a whole race that will affect our race for 100 years and more. That is how they are. That is how this Reverend Father, Hyacinth Alia, that is what he's doing. Because the Benue people didn't put him there. The Caliphate fought and put him there as an infiltrator. That is how they act. You could see, if you watch Sheikh Gumi's statement one time, public statements on television, he said that Ojukwu tried to play this thing before, during the war, that Christians are killing, that we are killing, it is Muslims that we are killing Christians, Christian Biafrans. But he said, laugh, he said they were smarter than him. So they presented Gowon is there as a Christian. So that is how they behave. They rewarded. Look at what Autumn have done in Benue. The whole fighting fought. They will use this man to rubbish everything, to bring in the Fulani, to colonize everywhere. That is how they act. But Christians, what are you doing as a people? Mazi, please. I tell you, please come in here. You have time. Please go on. Please go on. Mazi, Abbas. There. Mazi Abbas, are you there, please? There.
Thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan. Thank you. And once again, thank you for those who are still listening, because the truth sometimes is not palatable to the ears. It itches sometimes if you have not tuned your mind to unlearn and relearn, because that is what it's important. That is what you must do if you must improve your life. For learning is continuous and is one eternal round. You cannot do without continuous learning. The moment you stop, that is when you die. And in this Radio Biafra, we are the voice, that voice on the mountain, that voice on the hill, that sound a warning. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, years back, when so many of you are still in your diapers of information, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started shouting on this very platform, they are coming. They are coming. They are coming. They will kill you. They will kill your wife and your children, and the authority will do nothing. In fact, they will arm and encourage them. I'm paraphrasing what he said. So many of you did not believe it. It's happening right before your eyes. The things you are saying today, the things we are, talking about today, if you do not listen, you will see consequences happening right before your eyes. I said it before that when you sit on this platform, because I've experienced that couple of times, I am beginning to understand that when you sit on this platform, your words become spirit. The information that flows is not just merely what you know, what you have studied, but simply the truth. For we believe that our ancestors speaks to us. Now, Master Jonathan, when you were playing the argument, the well manicured argument in the Senate, and I started asking myself a question. Isn't this the same Fulani that Buhari, led Buhari in 2021, told us that they were foreigners, that they came from Senegal, from Mali, and the proliferation of the small arms and light weapons, from the fall of Gaddafi in Libya, that spread through the West African sub-region have landed in Nigeria. And these people are using that and the border is porous and all this and that. Isn't this same Fulani people that the former governor of Nasarawa State actually said that they were foreigners? Isn't this same Fulani people that the Mieti Allah said we should stop categorizing them as Fulani, that the Fulanis in Nigeria are peaceful and these are foreigners, does not represent them, and they have just infiltrated their people and they are committing crimes and using the name of Fulani, and Fulani are being destroyed? Isn't the same people that they turn around again and said, these people, they came from Senegal, from Mali? I'm quoting Buhari himself. That they come here and they stay in this place, and the local farmers know that these people have no homes, they have no place to stay, and this is their only place, and they should consider them. The same foreigners that were imported for election purposes. These are not the words of IPOB. These are not the words of Biafrans. These are not the words of Trump. These are the words of Fulani leaders, including Buhari himself, saying that these people are foreigners. They are not Nigerian. They are not the Fulanis in Nigeria, and they should not be used to spoil the name of the Fulani at home. All of a sudden, these people now are aggrieved Nigerians that need to be listened to, that need to be compensated, that need to be negotiated with, that Nigeria has been unfair to, that Nigeria has been unkind to, that they have lived in the forest for too long, that they don't know what civilization is all about, and somewhere, somehow, the indigenous people in the Middle Belt, the Christians in the Biafran region, are somewhere, somehow responsible for their backwardness. And whatever grievances they hold against Nigeria was caused by the Christian people that they are killing and ransacking their villages. These same Fulani people, they are foreigners. Now they are not foreigners. So are they foreigners or not? Why are we compensating foreign terrorists? Why are you asking the government to compensate foreign terrorists? Compensate people who kill, the people you can refer to as citizens because they are in your security forces, wear their uniform and don't care. You call them foreigners. What exactly did Nigeria as a country did to Fulani? What is that injustice that they have not been mentioning? Let's assume that they're no longer foreigners. They have now become Nigerians. What exactly is that injustice that has been meted out on the Fulani people that they need to be compensated? What is that injustice? And how are the indigenous people of the Middle Belt and the Christians all over Nigeria take part in that injustice? How did they take part in that injustice for which they are being killed, maimed, and their farmland burnt, their land taken over, village ransacked? What exactly is the role of Christians in Nigeria, the indigenous people in Nigeria? What exactly is their crime? How did they participate in this so-called injustice against the Fulani foreigners turned citizens? These are the questions I really want those people who are making this noise to answer us. What is those grievances for which they have to kill the indigenous people, kill the Christians in order to show their grievances? So killing are they being compensated for killing the Christians? Or are they being compensated for grievances? Or are they being compensated to stop? To stop what? For what purpose? These questions, people are not asking them. And because of the gullibility of the average Nigerian, Sheikh Gumi and the like of these terrorists in the Senate have the audacity to make these demands. The audacity to make these demands. Buhari ya ce wai planuka masu kisa masu ta'addanci a Nigeria wai su ba 'yan Nigeria ba ne. Wai sun fito Senegal, sun fito Mali da kasashe da yawa. Wai neman abinci ya kawo su Nigeria. Neman ciyawan kiwo shi ya kawo su Nigeria. Su ba 'yan Nigeria ba ne. Saboda haka a daina lalatar da sunan planukan Nigeria domin su ba 'yan ta'adda ba ne. Haka Buhari ya gaya mana. Haka planukan Nigeria suka gaya mana. Haka Miyetti Allah suka gaya mana. Amma yau ana magana a Senate. Sheikh Gumi na yawo wurare da yawa na magana wai a yi sulhu, a ba su kuɗi, a gina musu makarantu. To ba makaranta arewa ne? Ba arewa suke ba? Su planukan ba arewa suke ba? Ba makaranta arewa ne? Wa ya hana planuka zuwa makaranta? Who stopped the Fulanis from attending school? Wa ya hana su zuwa makaranta? Makarantun da Goodluck Jonathan ya gina a arewacin Najeriya me ya faru da shi? All the school that was built by Jonathan in the northern Nigeria, what happened to it? Wani in zalunci ne aka yi ba Fulatani a gaya mana? Me Nigeria ta yi ma Fulani? Wani zalunci ne aka musu a gaya mana? An kwace kasansu ne? Suna da kasa a Nigeria ne? An kashe yansu ne? Me aka musu? What has Nigeria done to the Fulanis? Was their land taken? Do they have any land? Was their children killed? Where and when? Idan ma aka ce ma wai Najeriya ma ta ma planuka wani irin zalunci ko cin amana wanda ma ba gaskiya ba ne. Me ya shafe Krista da ke Najeriya? Me ya shafe mutumin Birom da ke Plateau? Me ya shafe ɗan Ogun da ke Nasarawa? Me ya shafe Chukun da Taraba? Me ya shafe Tipi da ke Benue? Me ya shafe su? Wanda ya sa ana musu kisan kyashi, wanda ya sa ana kashe Kristoci a Najeriya ko ina gaba da baya hagu da dama, me ya sa? Laifin menene Kristoci suka ma planuka a Najeriya? Don me suke so domin Najeriya, gwamnatin Najeriya su biya su, domin su daina ta'addanci? A garurukan da aka biya su kuɗi, da aka yi sulhu da su, sun daina ne? All the places the state that decided to pay them, have they stopped killing? Wai a yi sulhu, sai ku yi sulhu, ku basu da makaminsu, a ce ana sulhu. Su karɓi kuɗin nan, su sake ƙawo makami, su ci gaba da kisa, su ci gaba da ta'addanci, sai a ce wa kawai sun ji haushi. Rai ba Fulani ne ce zauna a daji ne? Akwai wanda ya tawa ba Fulani wai ya yi zaman daji ne? Sun Fulani ne wai shi da zauna a daji. Akwai makarantu a arewacin Najeriya. Me yasa ba su zo wani makarantar ba? To, idan ma ba makaranta ma, kisan Kiristoci batun magana ba da makaranta? Ai wannan abin ba, ban gane ba. Duk mai tunani, kwakwalwa, duk mai hankali ya san cewa wannan yaudara ce. Abin da suke nima ba makaranta ba ne, ba sulhu ba ne. Suna so su gamar su murkusar da duk kabilu da ke Najeriya wanda su ne kabilu ta asali. All this nonsense they are talking about is a simple deceit. Pure lies. They have no intention of school. They have no business with school. It has nothing to do with school. It has nothing to do with any injustice. It is just the Fulani here inviting every Fulani in the world to eliminate the indigenous people and the Christians and take over their land. Nothing more, nothing less. Where are Sulhu? Where are Basukudi? Where are Biasu? Where are Mahmud and Niger Delta? Mba renin wayo ba. Mba renin wayo sosai ba. Plan ba platin dai bude baki yana gaya mana cewa abin da aka ma mutanen Niger Delta su ma a musu. Abba da Allah. Idan ba renin wayo ba platin ya isa ya bude baki irin wannan magana a cikin shugabancin Najeriya. Lokacin da Najeriya ta samu yancin kanta har yau, platin nawa ya shugaban kasa a Najeriya. Idan ka haɗa duk kabilun da ke a Najeriya gabaki ɗaya, wanda suka yi shugabancin Najeriya 16 yanzu haka, a cikinsu 8 asalin ba Fulatani ne, asalin Fulanuka ne, 8 a cikinsu. Sauran ma in ba tare da goyon bayan Sokoto ba ne, da ba su samu ma su yi shugaban kasa ba. Sai yau ana kashe Kiristoci, ana kashe 'yan Plateau, ana kashe 'yan Taraba, ana kashe 'yan Benue, ana kashe 'yan Southern Kaduna. Wai an ci ma Fulani amana, wai an musu zalunci. Since the independence of Nigeria, how many people have been president? Put all of them together, all the time. You can pick out at least 8 that are pure Fulani. At least Buhari and the rest of them could not have been president without the support of the rest of them. If not, maybe in Zogwa and maybe one more. Always put there by the Fulanis. Yakubu Gowon was placed there by the Obasanjo, both first and second was placed there by the Fulanis. And they are killing people in Taraba, in Benue, in Plateau, in Southern Kaduna, that all in the name of they have been treated unfairly. By who? By who? The audacity is annoying. It's infuriating. To me, it's walking around free. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is sentenced. The audacity. So we ask ourselves, Mazi, like you asked earlier, why is it that the Christians cannot defend themselves? Why is it that these things are happening? And you said something very interesting. And immediately you said that to Mazi Jonathan, it just clicked. It just clicked. It just made sense. It just made perfect sense that the formation of the Sokoto Caliphate is practically ISWAP. Practically ISWAP. Because if you look very well, the influence of the Caliphate and the Islamic organization that was formed by them, both in 1962 and in 1973, which is the current whatever of Islamic affairs, was formed with the understanding that their leadership extends across West Africa. They set up that leadership and they influenced Islamic leadership across the entire West Africa. And I did a little research and I realized that out of about 14 countries in West Africa, the leaders of Muslims in all these countries, at least 9 of them so far, are purely Fulanis. And in none of these countries are the Fulanis majority, even amongst the Muslims. And that just clicked to what you said. It just made perfect sense. That when they say Islam, it's not a new thing at all. It has always been there. It has always been there. It just opened my eyes. It has always been there. It's not a new institution, it's not a new organization. This one they are saying, okay, let's even assume that, for the purpose of argument, that Fulanis were dealt with badly and they have to be compensated. They have to be given amnesty. They have to be paid some money. Now they have formed multiple, from Boko Haram to this, from this to that, from that to that. They now have multiple of them. Which of them are you compensating? By the time you have finished paying this one, another one from another one. By the time you have finished paying this one, another one from another one. The same group will change their name and say, you have not compensated us. But because an average Nigerian is blinded by his hatred of the Igbo man and Biafra, they will not pay attention to these things. On the second question, why are the Christians not defending themselves? As you rightly mentioned, the so-called canonized Bible that we have today, canonized, as they may call it, measured by certain standard, is basically dilution. Diluted it and give us the rubbish. I always say, if not because of the story of Adam and Eve and tithing, I don't think the Old Testament would have even been shown to anybody. I don't think that the Old Testament will have even been shown to anybody. Because assuming the entirety of the Bible is even a real-time event, assuming the entirety of the Bible is completely divine as they want us to believe, the Old Testament is abundantly filled with examples of what the Christians in Nigeria should do today in order to stay alive. But they won't do that one. It is forgive 70 times 70, whatever they call it. It is turn the other cheek. It is vengeance is of the Lord. That is the one that you hear all the time. Vengeance is of the Lord. Leave it, forgive. You know, when they kill us and they, you know, and God begin to punish them, they will start killing themselves. Who tell you that? Who tell you that? The example in the Old Testament is there. Nehemiah is the best example anybody can give you. When the Jewish people realize that they, after being captured, that they have become vulnerable, they need to rebuild their wall. Nehemiah gave the approval. The construction started. But they realized that no, these guys are coming. We have to arm ourselves if we must finish this wall. They arm themselves, divide themselves into half are building, half are armed. Some are sitting by Nehemiah with a trumpet. Even those who are even doing the work are doing the work with one hand and arm on the other hand. And because of that, if you read further in Nehemiah chapter 6, you will realize that they finished the wall that they are constructing in record time, 52 days. The fastest I've ever built something like that. 52 days. They worked hard. They protect themselves. America, who you are calling today, who is supposed to come and rescue? Who is supposed to come to help the Christians? America is not spelled G-O-D. America is not spelled J-E-S-U-S. America is spelled A-M-E-R-I-C-A. Yet, is the people that we are looking up to come. Because this is practical. This is practical. You have to employ practical means to solve practical problems. So we sit there and we expect divine help, and we are being mowed down one by one. I will have to add something a little bit away from the religious aspect. And like always, I want to speak to the people in the northern part of Nigeria. The Christian brothers in the northern part of Nigeria, in the middle belt. It is important that you understand who you are. Your forefathers were not cowards. They did not beg for pity. They did not. They fought. They fought. They were not weak at all. In the 1700s and 1800s, the Jukus of Korarafa did not beg for pity. When the Fulani Jihad armies came to them, they fought. The Ngas people of today, Pangshin in Plateau State, and the Biron people, even when they did not have arms, they climbed the mountain and the hills, and they threw stones, they poured stones and arrows to send away the slave raiders. They were brave. When the British attempted to plant the emir in Tifi land in the 1800s, the Tifi people fought. Multiple attempts. They fought and ensured that that does not happen. Even in these recent years, 1992, in Zangon Kataf, where most of us now at least are old enough to know what happened in 1992, the people fought. The people fought. In 2013, the Igon people of Nasarawa State, they even fought security forces who wanted to enter their shrine. They fought. They fought. Because they are brave people. You come from a generation of farmers who had to become warriors to protect their wives and children and the vulnerable in their community. That is the children, that is the offsprings of whom you are. You are not weak. You're not cowards. Kuba rogobane, Kuba matarwatabane. Abada Allah. Ai mun san iyayenku. Mun san abin da suka yi a tarihi, mun sani. Lokacin da ma ba social media, lokacin da ma ba telefon, ba waya, lokacin da ba motoci, sun zauna sun fada, sun kare garinsu, sun kare ‘ya'yansu, sun kare matansu da tsofaffinsu. Ba su ba da dama a musu kisan kyashi ba. Amma yau, ku matasa masu karfi, masu jiki, masu kwakwalwa, kun mai da kanku mata. Kun mai da kanku abin shimfiɗa wanda plan na takawa suna wucewa. Kun mai da gawakinku abin shimfiɗa. Kun mai da gawakinku taburman planuka. Daban mai dalili. Ba ku tausayin kanku ne? Ba ku tausayin ‘yanku ne? Kuna zama kowane rana sai a zo a TV, a zo a social media na kuka, an kashe mutane 200, an kashe mutane 300, an kashe 500, an kashe 50, haba da Allah. Ko dabbobi ne ma ake kashe su haka ba za su kare ba? Ko dabbobi ne ma ba za su kare ba? A yau, rakumi daji, rakumi ana kare su saboda kar a kashe su da yawa. Domin idan an gama kashe su, za su kare. Balle mana mutum, balle ma mutane, balle ‘yan Adam. Sai kullum a zo ana kuka, wai Allah zai mana, sai a yi waka, a yi addu'a a coci, sai a tafi. Har yaushe. Har yaushe. A ranar da Kiristocin Najeriya su yi fushi, su su ba wanda ya kamata a yi wasa da su bane. Which is unity. Unity, unity, unity. Your forefathers had unity. Your unity is not because you are you are many tribes. Your problem is not because you have many tribes. But you have kept quiet for far too long. For far too long. Like I said earlier, because your pastors will say, vengeance is of the Lord, we are peaceful, loving. That is nonsense. They come with cattle in the day, bullet in the night, and all you do is pray. It has to stop. Ya kamata ku haɗa kanku, ku samu taro, ku haɗa kanku, kafa taro. Ku yi shiri, ku kare kanku. Idan ba haka ba, idan ba haka ba, in kuna jira America su zo, kila ba yau da gobe ba ne. If you are waiting for America to come, it may not be today and tomorrow. You have to start. Put yourself together. Defend yourself. Protect yourself. That is very important. You see, Master Jonathan, in the land of the blind, they always say that an eye man is the king. But I've come to realize that in the land of the blind, all it takes is for one stranger to pick one of the blind and announce to the other blind men and say, this is your leader because he has one eye. And the strangers will dictate to the fellow, to the other blind man what he should do, and the other blind man will be happy doing it because at least someone has helped him convince his blind brothers and sisters that he has one eye. And the question you must ask, if you're blind, how are you sure that your leader who claimed to have one eye indeed has one eye? They lead you by the few mentally conquered and broken individual who will always calm you down when you want to rise. who will tell you, oh, no, hold on. You see, I'm about to be appointed as a minister of transport. I'm about to be appointed as a minister, as a foreign minister. I'm about to be, you know, to be appointed as this. You have them. They are there. They are Yahya Pandes, the Dr. Balis, the Pauline Tallinn. They have been one of the greatest hypocrites among the middle belt leaders. They calm you down, they go and take position, and they keep quiet. This kind of leadership that you need today has to be organic. From within you who are now awakened, you must protect yourself. And that is very, it is even non-negotiable. George Bush, in his time as the President of America, coined out a certain principle and forced it down the throat of the United Nations. And it has now become a principle in self-defense. He called it preemptive self-defense. A lot of people don't even remember that. Preemptive self-defense. And the logic is, if I know that somebody in Afghanistan is planning and preparing to attack my country in America, why should I wait until they attack me before I will now say I'm defending? Because the initial self-defense principle suggests that the person must attack you first, or you should see that the person is about to attack you right there and then you can be able to defend. And for you to even do that, you have to do so with weapons and ammunition that are similar to that which the person is coming to attack you with. And Bush said, nonsense. Why should I wait? The best way to defend myself is to make sure I attack the person and disorganize the person before he even tries to do that. Hence, preventive self-defense become a principle. And they are still using it till today. And you are not better Christian nation than America. Here on Radio Biafra, when we speak, it is for those who want to listen. But our job, our duty to our ancestors and to our Creator, Chukwuka Biama, is to do that which we know is right. And we do that without relenting. We do that without minding who is offended, because it's the right thing. The Hausa needs to stand up. They need to rise and defend themselves against the caliphate. The indigenous people in the north, they need to rise. The middle belt, they need to rise. Fulanis have no land. They cannot kill you. They cannot burn your houses, burn your farms, and then be compensated. By now, there should be protests all over the middle belt. There should be protests all over the north, from the Hausa people and other indigenous tribes, saying, no, you can't compensate these people that killed us. Haba. An kashe muku yaya, an kashe matanku, an kona gidajenku, an gonakinku, kuma kuna nan ana magana sulhu kuma kun yi shiru. Me ya hana ku zanga-zanga a arewacin Najeriya yanzu? Me ya hana asali ta arewacin Najeriya zanga-zanga a kan maganar gumi da mutanen shi suke yi yanzu nan? Da ku yi shiru sai a ba su kudi, a ba su miliyoyi, kudin da aka bama me yake Allah? Me suka yi da shi? A motoci da bindigogi suka sai da shi ba? Me ya hana ku zanga-zanga? A ce a ina ba mu yada ba. A ina ba mu yada ba mu son sulhu. Wayannan yan ta'adda ne, ya kamata a magance da ta'addanci, ya kamata a ci uwarsu, ya kamata a murkushe da su, amma kun yi shiru. Gobe su zo su karbi kuɗin nan a bi kwara gida a kashe ku a kona gidan ku a kona cocin ku sai a dawo ana kuka ana addu'a ana waka har yaushe. Thank you very much, Biafrans, for giving me the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I appreciate the opportunity because you're not forced to pick up your radio. You're not forced to open your apps. You're not forced to listen via any other medium you are using. It is because you want the truth. It is because you want to be liberated. And we appreciate your patience in listening and all that we are able to achieve together. We could not have achieved if you have no intention to learn, to relearn, to unlearn, and to relearn. I mean, thank you very much, and that is my time. Mazi Jonathan, please, I yield the mic.
There, Mazi, thank you very much. We must continue. I like your statement. You said, as it is always said that in the country of blind, one-eyed man is the king. How do they know that that person is even one-eyed? He have an eye at all. It takes a stranger to just come and hold that person, plan with him, say, okay, I will profess that you have one eye, and the other ones will agree, and they will do that. He proclaimed that, oh, this is your king now. He has an eye, and how will they confirm? So that is it. So here on Radio Biafra we learn. We shall go into a few minutes break. We have taken a long time, I know, but it's worth it. When we come back, we will take just a few calls. Please do not go away. We shall be right back. Do not go away.
As at 1992-93, riot broke out, which they call the Zango Kataf riot. I was a young boy, very, very young then, and people were killed in scores. If you are not an Afsa person practicing Muslim in Islam, they were killed. Especially if you are from the southern part of Kaduna, the tribes from the southern part of Kaduna, they were massacred. It was called the Zango Kataf riot. And if the next thing they do is to burn churches, kill Christians, and then if they are done with that, then they focus on businesses that is for Igbo people, Igbo-owned businesses, and they destroyed it. I grew up knowing that Christians are an endangered species in Nigeria. In the year 2000, when the Sharia riot, how many of you have heard of the Sharia riot? Hundreds of thousands of people were killed in Kaduna. I can remember vividly that we had to defend our house from people. They brought some Fulani boys and they faced our house. They were shooting arrows. They were stoning our zinc. They spot our zinc, shooting arrows. Even though I was a Muslim then, even though my father was a Muslim then, but because majority of the people in our compound were Christians, so they were willing to destroy every one of us because we're living with Christians. I can remember a particular church in Mando, for those that know Mando, in Kaduna, called Chapel of Redemption. That church was destroyed. And so from that time, anytime there's a little hanky-panky in Nigeria, the first target is churches and Christians. And this has prevailed for a long time. That even if there's a problem with in another country, the Muslim and the Hausas in Nigeria will rise up and begin to kill Christians. How many of you remember the Miss World crisis in 2002, 2001, 2002? That somebody threw a picture of Muhammad or something in France, long away in France, and they began to fight in Nigeria. Are you following me? Christians are an endangered species. Now let me give you, and that's how it has continued. Scores have been killed, and they focus on regions where there is a mixture of both Christianity and Islam. If you look at states like Kaduna, states like Plateau State, states like Nasarawa, states like Taraba, states like Benue, states like Bauchi, states like Gombe, states like Borno. These are places where they focus on because they intend to eliminate every living Christian in that place. Anybody that debunks it is a total lie because I have grown and lived in the north. I've spent 80 to 80% of my life in the north, so I understand this thing. Several times, I cannot forget the Sharia riot. We were running for our lives. Even though we were Muslims, but we're still running because as far as you are not of the ethnic group practicing what they practice, you are a victim. You can be burnt alive. Many of us saw human beings that were burnt alive, like roasted like yam. And it has been going on for a long time. The genocide against the Christian faith. Are you with me? Many years ago, in Kanu State, a man was beheaded. And anything they talk about, he said blasphemy. And guess who was the person that led it? The man called Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, was the one that led him on. And they beheaded him. They killed the Igbo man. They killed him and they put his head on the stake and they were using it to parade the city. You will understand of a woman also that is an evangelist. Evangelist Eunice that was preaching about 2016 or 18 in Abuja. And they killed her. We cannot talk about a young girl called Deborah Samuel that was killed. I schooled in Jos, and for years, the people of Plateau have been massacred. Riot breaking out every single time. The word that the moment anything happens, the next people that are victims are Christians. And it is unfortunate that all these years the government have not been able to do anything about it. But the agenda is deep. Are you with me this morning? Why am I saying? Because I don't want us to be an ignorant people. If we are ignorant people, they will control the narrative. And this is, let me tell you this truth. God will not come and fight for you. Remove that thing from your mind. If Christians don't rise up, pray from now till tomorrow. God is not coming to fight for you. Are you with me? Now, in the year 2009, Boko Haram started. Boko Haram started because of a section. It was a political movement. They created Boko Haram as a political talks to bring confusion into the government of Goodluck Jonathan, and to be able to, destroy any opposition, starting from Borno State, under the watch of a man called Kashim Shettima, which is now the vice president of Nigeria. Kashim Shettima and the other man, Ali Mohammed Sharif. These were the people that started the business of Boko Haram as a political talks to be able to oppose their opponents. But after a time, the ideology grew and they began to destroy. Now, it became a problem and they began to use it to destroy, bombing here and there. In 2009, 2010. As of 2010, a man led a meeting in Jos. Are you with me? He led a meeting that they were going to annihilate Christians within the locality of Plateau, Borno, Plateau, Bauchi, Kaduna, and Nasarawa. And he said they are going to perform jihad. They will bring jihad and they will go to Gita. If the Islamic leaders are not willing to lead them, he is ready to lead the movement. I have the minutes of that meeting in my phone presently. Guess who is that person? Issa Pantami, that was the former Minister of Communication under Buhari's regime. And several times, these are people that are terrorist sympathizers. And that is why the Nigerian army have not been able to win the war against terrorism. Because people have, the terrorists have infiltrated the Nigerian ranks, the army ranks, so they cannot win the war. That said, Osama bin Laden was a better Muslim than he is. He was sad when Osama bin Laden was killed. And he has said it several times that Boko Haram should not be killed. He said they are their Muslim brothers. How do you win a war against terrorism? When there are people high in government that are sympathizers to terrorism, how do you win that war? Now, there are 4 categories of insecurity or people that are causing insecurity. Number 1, you have Boko Haram. Number 2, you have bandits. Number 3, you have Fulani herdsmen. Now I'm going to show you how they are connected. Many people don't know. The Boko Haram and the Fulani herdsmen have one mission. The mission is simple: Islamize Nigeria. Come to a territory that are Christian dominated, kill everybody there, occupy their land. Go to Benue, look for a community, kill them there, occupy their land. That's always me. Boko Haram and the Fulani herdsmen. Have you noticed that Fulani herdsmen they don't kidnap, they kill? There's hardly a place you hear that Fulani herdsmen capture, that they say these are Fulani herdsmen. No, when they go, they kill. How do they kill? They kill with guns. You must now ask yourself, how does a Fulani man get AK-47? Do you know the cost of one AK-47? One AK-47 is over $1,000 something. Where will a Fulani man be able to obtain to be able to get one AK-47? Are you with me? And now, so you will know that there are people that are sponsoring this movement. Then the Boko Haram and the Fulani, they go about Christian-dominated areas. You will understand that when this terrorism started in Nigeria, that only people that were killed were Christian churches. You will not hear that they killed anyone. It is Christians and churches. I remember in Kaduna then that churches began to look for security men to guide their churches in every service day. Otherwise, you can be in church and the next is boom, everybody dies. And churches that don't have money to hire soldiers began to use some of their members. I was a member of the security team in my church in Deeper Life in Kaduna in 2010. Because we don't stay in the church. Once I come to the church in the morning, we stay outside, moving around patrolling, because anybody can come and drop anything. So when Boko Haram started, the majority of Muslims, the Hausa, Northern Muslims, they were happy. I know of people that were celebrating it. If you see them crying today, I'll tell you why. At the initial beginning of this thing, they were happy celebrating the killings of Christians. They said they are purging Nigeria of army. It was majorly of Christians and Christian-dominated areas. But when it comes to 2014, the man Buhari and APC that wanted to overthrow the government of Jonathan, by all means, decided to employ mercenaries from Niger, from Chad, from all those Fulani, from other African nations where they are Fulani, and they brought them into Nigeria. What was the goal? The goal was that if Jonathan does not concede defeat in the election, they were going to rain hell on Nigeria. So they brought in these mercenaries and they equipped them with rifle, the aerofiles, the Buharis. Are you with me? The aerofiles, the Buharis. Every one of these people called APC, they brought in mercenaries and armed them in the bushes and told them to wait. The moment Goodluck Jonathan did not concede defeat in the election, they were going to start. But unfortunately for them, Goodluck knew of the assignment. He got intel about it, and because the man said his ambition does not want the blood of millions. So the man conceded defeat and left. And so they declared APC winner. Now, you have already brought people from different parts to come and fight. But what they wanted to come and fight for did not achieve anymore. So now they left those people in the bush. They left them with guns and ammunition in the bush. And when Buhari became the president, he abandoned them. Instead of them to settle them and let them go back, they abandoned them. And the people saw Nigeria as a place that is good. And the people decided to remain in Nigeria. Those are the people that started bandits. Before, we don't have anything like bandits. Banditry started under the watch of APC, under Buhari, because they were the ones that brought them in. Kidnapping, because they needed to survive. So they started by kidnapping. And they started by kidnapping. And they started by kidnapping. And they started by kidnapping. Over time, now, you understand that there are certain parts of this nation where there are mineral resources. Don't be an ignorant Christian. Follow me. Don't be an ignorant Christian. Don't be in a nation where you don't have understanding of what is happening. Now, there are some parts of Nigeria where there are good resources. And so, and this have been illegally mined by elites, the military generals, the oligarchs, the people that are the leadership of the North. They were mining these resources, and the money does not go into the federal government account. So what they do is that they employ the services of this banditry to create two things. Number one, to create diversion. So when you go to Zamfara, that's why you hear that they say there is killing in Zamfara now. It's because of the illegal gold mine. There is gold in Zamfara that they are mining. And so these bandits that are already in the bush, some people collaborate with them, partnered with them, and told them to see, keep creating confusion, create chaos. When you keep creating chaos, the Nigerian state and the people of Nigeria will not be able to focus on the illegal mining. They'll be concerned about the insecurity. So the insecurity is created as a means of diversion in the north. Are you following me? It is created as a means of diverting the attention of the military and the Nigerian populace from being able to focus on the illegal mining of resources. And any part of the north where there is resource, you find that insecurity there. Recently, it has started in Kwara because there's a great amount of lithium in Kwara too that they have discovered and they are mining. So they partner with the Chinese because the people that do this illegal mining are the Chinese.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olo Province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct today, the 22nd day of November 2025. Tata Bo Obochiori. Therefore, our lines are now open. Remember, I'm here with Mazi Base. We are here in order to make our usual submissions, to enlighten our people, to make sure that we understand the reality that is facing us. Our lines are now opened, and our WhatsApp and Signal line remains +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I repeat once more, +61 405 142 547. I have callers already. Caller on Signal, please. Signal, Mazi. Can you hear me, Mazi Akas? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Mazi Jonathan. I can hear you.
I
can hear you loud and clear. I hope I'm coming out, brother.
You are.
Okay, thank you so much. May Ezechukwu Kabiama continue to guide and protect you, and also our beloved brother that joined you today in this broadcast, Mazi Obasi. Many of us started from right beginning when you started this program, and we have learned a lot this evening. That is why we are IPOB. We came here always to, equip ourselves to know, the next move and what to do at the right time. Mazi Jonathan, the truth is that as an IPOB member, we are all at board. We have killed what is called sentiment and emotion. And this is what we are pleading if you're a member of this group, destroy sentimental and emotion in yourself so that you can be able to reason critically in everything you see or you think of. You can be able to have a sound mind to be able to know exactly what to do. But before I proceed, fellow Biafran lovers of freedom, my name is Mazi. I'm calling from Austria, and I'm serving the indigenous people of Biafra as IPOB Austria National PRO. Fellow Biafrans, we want to say it the way it is. And I'm saying it here that at the end of the day, at the end of all the whole shenanigans, Kanu and his so-called brothers finally have jailed their brother. When we were telling them, allow IPOB, allow TOS to take up this issue, and they have been handling this thing through the GO4 and San Mike Ozome. Leave this thing. We have done what we want in 2022. They begin to blackmail, begin to lie from life to front and back, this and that and this. At the end of the day, after they have recruited their mad goats that have carry beers up and down, where have they landed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our leader? Great man that led this movement. Biafrans, there is no sentiment. We said it. Mazi Chinasa Muru came here one time. He was shouting, they're telling Biafrans, he said it. Biafrans, anywhere you see Kanu Takano, Emmanuel Kanu, colluded to make sure they put our leader. We should ask them, have you finished? So after collecting all the bribes, meeting the governors, taking money in the name of IPOB, all the rubbish you did, trying to, blackmail the DOS, the men, selfless men that have volunteered their life to lead this movement. You call them names, but today, at the end of the day, the land one work on a snow channels. Who knows the Canonania? You know many Biafrans that have laid their life down because of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We told you people, happen this thing. Why can't you rally around? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu set up DOS. And he told us, on my absence, anything DOS says goes. Why can't these brothers rally around, stay at the back of the DOS, we come together and march like one movement? All they did was to what the whole thing. Hey, Mazi, do you know why we are saying this thing? It's not that IPOB, we don't know what to do. Here, we learn from everything that happens to us. We must call a spade, so that tomorrow, if they come out again in this matter, we know exactly what they are looking for. Let them go and rest and allow IPOB to champion how to release our leader. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remain the leader of this. Remain the leader of this movement. It is our right. It's in our hand to fight to make sure that wherever Kanu Takano and his brothers have landed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu now in Sokoto, it is our duty to do anything in our hands to make sure that nothing happens to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu where they have kept him
in the hands of Sultan of Sokoto, one time working. What a shame. Look at one young worker. Naka Sultan of Sokoto. I don't know how this guy is sleeping. I don't know whether they are wherever they are now. How can they sleep? People that knows them should go and tell them that IPOB is not happy what they have done to our leader. But nevertheless, we must continue to do what we're supposed to do to free our leader where their brother have landed in with lies, deceiving our leader. Many of us, this kangaroo injustice was an issue in Nnamdi Kanu. Most of us couldn't eat. Appetite. They are joking with the life of this man. The move we have on him. They are joking with us. Our money, seize our money, seize everything. Chinedu IPOB this year you can Giabroringo. And then offer 500. Where I get getting your town now put online in Chinasango. Where are they now? Shame on all of them. Mazi, I have to say it the way it is. I don't want to bet anything. We are all pained. Do what this family have done to our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And I want to use this opportunity also to all Biafrans anywhere we are. Just as our leaders have commanded us, protest and all over the world. IPOB should stand up. Let's do things the way we used to do it. Let the world know our leader has been with injustice. A law that is not written. Judge Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, an innocent man, a freedom fighter, a prisoner of conscience, a man that went to 10 years. Not him, extraordinary remission him back to Nigeria. A crime that Nigerian government committed, and British government kept quiet. Their own citizens kept quiet, colluded with Nigeria until they find opportunity. Of this unity to convince our leader. But as a Chukwu, and what's the main thing to say? Bless you, man.
you see where the thing is going. Like the caliphate are now blaming Igbo people and saying that if to be any that Igbo. And the what I'm hearing is that they are doing it, just like they were planning in 1960, and they went on generally wrong. The other way. In fact, some people even gave their people, like some people in the north. I think like the emir in Kanu or whatever. He gave his word to Juku, and that is why some of our people went back after they had returned to safety in the east. They went back to the north, and then they were now slaughtered. This front to fight the caliphate only on paper. And an analyst was it's like we share a common enemy. Comes to fighting that enemy, we have proven to be unable to even get together to be able to confront it. Rather, if one group is brave enough to lead the charge, the people will turn around when they see the impending doom. It's rather than brave up and fight the fight, they will turn around and then pounce on the indigenous group that was brave enough to lead the charge. And that role has been played very perfectly by the Yorubas in the southwest. Of course, the thieves in the middle belt and all these middle belters, they also play their own role to sabotage the effort led by Nzogu and his group. So now that people are speaking about genocide, I really don't want to mix the issues up. This thing is ethnic based. It has a coloration, that's true. But the way I we also you share the same
Mazi, your line has
as a
been.
religion.
Mazi, can you hear me?
Render us as very docile, meek, the breathing and the death and everything is something that show you we are peaceful coalition. This is the Fulani northerners in the United. They don't
It always starts with a step. That is it. So, in all, I have to tell us that it's not 100% everywhere we want things to be done that could be gotten. There are some times you can make just very little percentage of sacrifice, but we will get there. That is what I want us to understand. We must get there. It doesn't matter what. That is it. So, caller on, let me see. Do I have a caller on signal? Okay. Caller on WhatsApp, you are connecting or reconnecting. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? You'll be the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp, are you there? There, please go on. There, go on.
Thank you so much. I am so happy for what has happened and what is still.
Mazi, you are reconnecting. I don't know.
Testimony has gotten the people who suck milk, and there are people who chew bone. So it's not like I have a good teeth to chew the bone, but thank God, gracefully enough, I'll fall into those line of those who still trust under Director of State. So something happened a few hours ago. I had a call, and it's a strange number. I was on a call. The call came. Then later I called back again. So I realized that it's one of us. And it was those who have been telling us that the Director of State cannot do anything. So he now was telling me on phone that I want to let you know that it has come to our floor now. Then what do we want to do? I said, I don't understand your question. Why did you call me? Why is it that you're sounding this way? Any problem? They said, am I aware that he's talking to me? The only do is in Sokoto. I said, because I glorify God that one of our auntie this afternoon during the presentation of Mazi, Uncle Alozie, said something. He said that this is the downfall of the Sokoto. We don't know. We follow up more than you. Maybe you just heard it. That is why you're calling me. But let me tell you something. Has it clarified you?
Mazi.
So he was just wrapped out with, I don't know how to put it. So he just wrapped up with quietness and attention. So What I'm saying is that a lot of them who
Mazi, you are going and coming.
who pulled out that they can.
No. Mazi, I know you want to call, but the connection is not strong enough. I don't know. So, this is where we are going to stop on today's program. We've stayed a long time, 3 hours plus. And Mazi Obasi, please, if you can hear me, use just few minutes to round up and make your the pattern short, please. Can you hear me, Mazi?
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi, Jonathan.
There, please.
Once again, Biafrans and lovers of freedom, we thank you very much for being here. There is nothing much to say. We spent a lot of time. We hope to come your way again, same time, same place next week. There one, okay, Messiah.
There were Mazi and Biafrans and lovers of freedom, the same thing. And remember that tomorrow on X Space, Radio Biafra Live, Biafra Regional Affairs, please join us by 5 p.m. Biafra time as usual. And what I'm going to tell us is this, that we should be more zealous we must double our effort because the battle is not yet over. More battles are coming. The Nigerian government, the caliphate, they are battling. You know, they've not seen the type of Biafrans, resilient Biafrans like this, and they will try more and more and more. But at the end, the caliphate must fall. You know, it depends on you and I. We should never fail the second time. That is what I keep on saying. As long as it takes, we must continue fighting this war of intelligence in order for us to liberate ourselves. Thank you for listening. Biafra remains our ideology, Biafra remains our religion, and we must continue until we achieve our goal, which is the restoration of Biafra. Do not be perturbed by the so-called the charade, the called conviction of Onyendu. IPOB continues, and no leave, no surrender. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, together with Mazi Obasi. It is simply good evening.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to this day's program, 18th of August 2024. I want to welcome Biafrans all over the world. It is my pleasure to be here. My name remains Mazi Kem Patrick DK, and I want to say welcome to our wonderful program of today on BTV Europe. We are live as we speak right now. We are live on BTV Facebook page, BTV app and other platforms where we are transmitting live to you. Unfortunately, we are coming a bit late, but notwithstanding, we are here, and we want to really apologize for the late in transmission, but I want to say thank you for being part of this program. As you join us, please share this program, tag your friends, invite everybody that will be interested in today's program, because we'll be hosting a very interesting individual, someone who you all know, are familiar with, quite educative, and I know that he's going to also do justice to our wonderful program. And with me is Nwada Jovista Chichi, who will be joining us also in the next few seconds as we take this program. I want to say thank you very much. It is 9:06 p.m. In Padova, Italy, and it is my pleasure to have you. And I know it's 8:00 p.m. in Biafra land as well. And we are here converging today, Sunday evening, to deal with issues that has to do with Biafra struggle and agitation, and also continue to educate our people for them to be able to form their character as we march towards our liberation, which is Biafra restoration. Through referendum, we have to continue to reiterate our position that our demand had always been Biafra through a democratic process, which is a referendum. And I want to welcome Nwada Jovista Chichi to join me on the platform. Nwada, you're welcome to the program.
Good evening from here, Mazi, Ikem Patrick. It's nice having you once again today in the studio. Mazi Ikem Patrick, how are you doing today?
Thank you very much, Nwada. It's my pleasure to be here with you. On the background is our guest for today, and very soon he will be introducing himself to Biafrans all over the world. And I hope that we'll just proceed with the questions as they come. Thank you very much.